Okay, got that all set up. Started things off a little early today, just to make sure it's a new format, new series, new setup for everything. It's just gonna do a bit of troubleshooting to start things off, just to make sure everything's working the way it should. How is everyone doing today? It's exciting, it's the start of something new. We get to try some new stuff. Should it be fun? Starting off great already. How does the audio sound to everybody? Am I too loud? Is the music too loud? Please let me know. Levels are good. Thank you, Pierre. I appreciate that. Can I just have the chat, like, the actual YouTube pop-out chat on screen? I feel like this is just me the easiest way for me to, like, both keep track of it and just, like, keep the conversation flowing with the audience as well. Because the whole point of this particular format is that it's more of an open discussion about the ideas rather than simply gushing and just basking in basking in the creativity of others. Bit more debate-ish, maybe? I don't know. Well, I'm not entirely sure how this is going to go. I have, like, 5 separate ideas of, like, directions this could take, but we gotta see how things flow to really figure out one way or the other. That's what I look like? Yes, unfortunately. I hate to disappoint you, but I am not a sentient crown with a colossal mustache. I am a bespectacled nerd with only a kind of pathetic mustache. Glad to see a lot of people in the chat this time around. People are excited for this. I'm glad. Ultimate theme still goes hard. Yeah, it really does. Theme still goes hard. Yeah, it really does, though. Like, I'm kinda tired of hearing it, but it's still such a good theme. This brings back memories of that first Everyone Is Here trailer, which is just good vibes, good memories. Saw you curling your mustache during Gaiden, and it made me think of a classic. Well, that's the fun thing about mustaches. When you're kind of just wanting to have something to do with your hands, it's very easy just to kind of start curling. And it gives your hands something to do. Kind of a nervous tick. Am I more sick of hearing Ultimate or Brawl? Ooh. I think Brawls I'm a little more sick of hearing. If we're talking the one with, like, the choir in the... Well, actually, they both have choirs, come to think of it. But the one that you hear in, like, the initial, like, opening cinematic sequence, that one doesn't bop as hard as the Ultimate theme, so it just doesn't stay around as much. Chat delay is shorter. I fixed it. Or rather, I pressed the option that makes it so there's not a delay there, because my competent streamer self did not realize that you can just choose how much delay you have. Lowers the video quality a bit, but, like, it's a Word document. The video quality does not matter that much. Low latency, indeed. It works. You don't have to wait for 30 seconds to have a conversation. You know, for a setup like this, it's what's important. Oh, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't be using a green water bottle with a green screen. That just looks weird. Jared Hebert says, I'm so sorry I wasn't able to get my pitch here. Oh, don't worry. Like, how many pages do we have of submissions? They start right here, so like half, 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, 6.5, 7.5. So, like, there's a lot. So don't worry about if you're not able to get it in for this stream. We're gonna have to do a few of these to make sure we can get to everybody. Smash ranking. Ooh. That's a good question. I think Melee's is still my favorite. They're just kind of a magical, hopeful vibe to it. It just kind of gets me pumped in a way that the rest of them don't. 64 is the last one, probably. It's just not as much of a theme. Like, it's fun, but it's not... It doesn't get you hyped. And then, probably... Gosh, I don't even remember Smash Reboot. Hold on a minute. What is Smash Wii U's theme? I don't remember. I just have a playlist of, like, the whole Ultimate soundtrack going right now. If I can find it, goodness. Smash for Wii U, where is your theme? I know I like Ultimates more than Brawl. And Smash... There it is. Oh! Okay, yeah, this is a good one. This is a good one. I'd put this one above Brawl 2. Gosh, there's so much of Smash 4. It's just kind of in that situation that Pierre says. It's that you participate in it, you recognize it, and then you just immediately forget it. Worst version of Ultimates? Yeah, that's pretty much why. Smash 4 in general is just a worse version of Ultimates, just in general. So it's in that unfortunate situation where it's just you don't remember it very well. Smash 4 is good, but you only really remember it when you're playing it. Yeah. I agree. Has nearly the exact same pace in his Lifelight. I can almost picture, like, the Lifelight lyrics to this at certain points while it's playing. Competitive Smash 4 was a mess. A lot of Smash 4 was a mess. Custom moves were fun, though. And Smash Run. I miss Smash Run. Of all the things I wish got brought back, that's, like, top of the list. Okay. We've got 3 minutes before we're gonna begin proper. Does anybody have any questions about how this is going to work before we start properly? Just a little Q&A over how the roundtables are gonna function moving forward. Play Smash Run so badly after the amazing. It is just, it's so good. It's so good. Easily my favorite Smash Brothers, like, side mode. I mean, to be fair, not a high bar. You really look at what the series could be doing. Are they going exactly in order? Can we press stars? I am going to be favoring people who are here, so we can have more of an active discussion with people who actually are present to, like, defend or explain their views. I feel like that would fit the best for what this is. Yeah, we'll do a third video when the idea is fully realized. I think that what I'm going to do, just to make sure that people that only watch the short form stuff have something to do with this series, is that once we've covered everything, I'll do something like, kind of like how I used to do Peasant's Perspective many years ago. Just kind of a highlight reel going through some of my favorite ideas. Just saying, like, okay, here's how opinions have changed throughout doing this, these roundtable relays. And if there's still more to say, we'll just kind of bounce between, like, summary videos and streams going back and forth until there's nothing left to talk about. Does that make sense? Okay. Well, on that note, submission is... Alright, since we haven't technically started the stream yet, I will, very brief... I can't do this without... The reason I didn't want to have edit privileges on is because it messes with how things are laid out. Because comments will kind of just shift all the text over for a second. You got a minute to copy and paste it in. So go, go, go. And then I'll move the chat to the side until who is it wanted to submit? Until God Robert's cousin. Anybody else wants to get last minute submissions in? This is the time to do it. I am ready and waiting for you. Think we could vote on the topics for Roundtable Relay? Maybe down the line, but for now, I think I'm just gonna kind of favor what I'm feeling at the time, at least until we get into more of a flow of what we're doing. But eventually, like, I might throw out, like, okay, let's pick, like, 3 Smash veterans. We're gonna do roundtables on which ones people want to talk about the most. There's one. I see a couple more comments coming in. There's another. Someone tossing a song. That's good. Oh, and people don't have to have music that they want to have playing alongside their ideas. I just think it's a fun little customization thing to offer people. Now, the problem with this is I have no idea where the comment is going to appear. Up. Go. Red Fairy says, Duke, my scrapped concept had a Cowboy Samus and a Pirate Captain Ridley. That sounds amazing. Okay, we'll give it 1 more minute for anybody else that wants to get their submissions in. Then I will need to shut down the permissions on this just because it gets way too hard to read and keep things organized when the text is constantly shifting all over the place. Got it? Alright. We are changing this to view only now. And let's begin. So I guess to start this off, do we have any volunteers? Anybody that wants to go first? This is going to be a very, very loosey-goosey. Okay, who's ready? Connro. I saw Connro first. Okay. Control F. Connro. Peanut Productions. Alright. Let's do this. Oh, was there music? No, there's not. That's fine. Okay. Oh, I should like explain how this is actually gonna format. Okay. So a couple of things, just so people know. Once I cover a submission, I am going to remove it from the main document and put it in a separate document that is linked in the main document. I'll show you guys where it is real quick, just so people don't get worried that, oh no, my idea's gone. No, it'll just be right here in the main document, covered submissions, just to make it easier to organize and keep track of who I've already covered. This will go a lot like Peasant's Perspective. I mean, obviously, it's ideas, submission stuff. But there's going to be 2 key differences. For one, I'm not going to narrate the whole thing, because that takes forever. And I want to be able to get to as many as possible. This is much more of, okay, let's see the general idea of what people are presenting here and just kind of talk about their ideas. I'm also going to keep a little more of a... Not critical viewpoint, but in comparison to Peasant's Perspective, which is way more about gushing over people's ideas, like very much external validation, encouraging them to keep using their creative muscles, this is a lot more going to be about just, okay, pros and cons, what's cool about this idea. Does that make any sense? But apart from that, it's going to function a lot like Peasant's Perspective. Let's begin! When looking to reboot Smash, it is often good to look at where the current games failed. To me, Smash has one glaring issue with 99% of the fighters, alright? It becomes stable. Oftentimes, games are dedicated to decided by tier lists and skill of players. If a fight is hard countered, there's no option but to lose. Games are decided by the first stock. This means comics are far more exhilarating, and it also leads to many... Is this an argument? It totally is. Okay, so this is presenting that where 99% of characters fail, 1% of characters succeed. And that's Lucario. Okay. Match it. Not what I would have expected, but alright. Fun to watch until the very end, because even if Lucario is being steamrolled, he gains momentum to turn the tide like nothing else. That's a... Sometimes, yeah. Usually it's just the steamrolling, though. But let's see the pitch. Let's see the pitch. If you're not guaranteed, it still provides the extreme rush whenever it does. As such, the idea is simple. What if every... Alright. What if every fighter was a fighter like Lucario? Does not mean giving everyone aura. This means retooling the way stocks work to power up characters when losing. Okay. So, we are going for a more extreme version of Rage, I guess? Well, yeah, it is Rage, I agree, but we'll see if this is... Let's use Inkling as an example. Frail fighter. Good burst options, fight well with it, and against my opponent, I lose a stock. I'm not out of the game yet, the Inkling form is the baseline. Balanced and get kills, but it isn't perfect. Now that I'm at a disadvantage, I will no longer spawn as the Inkling, though. Okay. You now have an install gimmick, I think? If you start losing, the one-winged angel for the Inkling is Agent 3. Okay. Better armor, smidge faster, just straight up an upgrade. Risk reward, however, she's not rewarded to me for an SD. You must be knocked out by an opponent. You must be given disadvantage from them. They suck from my opponent, however, they not revert. They power up. This creates a tension where each player gets significantly stronger throughout the match. The longer the match goes, the most... You know what? I do like the base concept here. I don't know if the way it's being carried out... I'm honestly having a hard time picturing it, but... The idea of designing characters in a fighting game that progressively becomes stronger as the fighting game goes on, almost like a MOBA-esque leveling up system, that sounds like a lot of fun. I do like the idea being presented. Die again, and you become Captain 3. An even more powered up version of Agent. Now, if you lose with her, I'm out. The game becomes a huge tug-of-war match, with both sides being equal at most times. Stomps are much less common, and the game creates intrigue. Every form has new stats, new attacks that pull from the character's form and history. Okay, so taking every character and making it so there are essentially 3 characters baked into one that progressively becomes stronger as you die. Which is interesting, however, I will point out, not necessarily as a bad thing, this does make balancing around other game modes an absolute nightmare. Although I do see forced... Okay, hold on a second. The base one make one stronger. For time matches, the time is divided by 3, and if player is losing, they're given the upgrade first. Okay, now, so it takes this into account. Like, if you're playing in different variations of the classic Smash Bros. Format, it will split you your upgrades between times. If it's stocks... Basically, divvying them out in a way that makes sense for where these power levels are scaling to. Okay. And that's it. Short, simple, easy to remember. Music is just a bit too loud? No worries, I can easily fix that. So let's drop it like 5 decibels. No problem. But alright. I don't know if using Lucario is the best basis for how this works, because Lucario struggles so much in how the baseline game mechanics work. But you have intrigued me with this concept of using this sort of constant... I'm going to skip this song. This is just half of Jump Up Superstar. That just doesn't sound... Oh, would you look at that? Shuffled straight into a Splatoon music. Beautiful. Honestly, I kind of just want more from this concept here. I'm just curious, like, okay, how would other characters function like this? Like, would you take Link as his baseline form in Breath of the Wild? Then, as he, I guess, levels up, for lack of a better way of putting it, he gets better equipment as if he's going through the game of Breath of the Wild? I don't like the perspective. I like the concept. It's certainly fun. I'd love to see a game designed around this. Okay. So, Connro again. Like I said, just going to cut, paste that in the covered submissions. Oh! Connro's here. I kind of threw it together for Link. Would probably go from Young Link to Base Link to Breath of... I do love the idea of a Link moveset kind of just growing in like the kind of Ocarina of time skip formats. That would be really fun. I do kind of agree with Pierre, though. It's hard to have a practical application when stocks in Smash in general can be lost so quickly. Maybe if it was more of a traditional fighting game. Like, if there was no risk of just dying instantly, if you had, like, a more controlled setup, this would work really well. Oh, using it with... That I really love. Even just as a Pokemon fighting game, like, divorce Smash Brothers from the topic. I guess that's Pokemon Unite, to be fair. But, like, a fighting game that was built like that would be so fun. Alright. Oh, it's Dylan's birthday. Happy birthday, Dylan. Hope it's a good day for you. Also, thank you for spending part of your birthday here. Bowser to Galaxy Side. I do love the idea. Like, I said this in the initial video, but just a Bowser that constantly gets bigger throughout the match. That's so fun. It's so good. Okay, cool. Alright, next up, we're just gonna go first come, first serve. Who else wants to hop into the ring of the Roundtable relay? Gavinski, alright. I spelled that wrong. Antiboss Incorporated. Super Re-Smash Brothers. Let's grab this. Yeah, was this the right one? Yeah. Gosh, this... I'm trying to have so many things on screen at the same time. Yeah, that's another point where things... Okay. Alright, Super Me Bros and Gavin Carell. How Smash Bros. Has changed over time, from being a fighting game with Nintendo characters to the biggest video game crossover in history, which is a fighting game. It's incredible, honestly. Although I noticed a problem in Smash Bros. Ultimate, the game focused so much on the DLC characters and the movesets full of references to the original game, and it's cool. But what about the game modes and the casual public? Not everyone wants to train a character as if you were Rocky Balboa. Not everyone wants to learn all the possible combos of a single character. Most just want to get fun online, like one does in Mario Party Superstars or Mario Maker. But no, you only get randoms who don't give you a chance and they kill you with maneuvers that you don't know how they do it. Gavin says in the chat, oh, warning, it's a bit roster focused, but don't worry, it's like moi, this character deserves just... Don't worry, I specifically asked in the video to pitch a reboot and then present a roster around that. So don't worry. There's like a sliding scale there of what I'm going to, not even find acceptable, but praise. It is very easy to meet the criteria of what this is. It's literally just, okay, reboot Smash Brothers. Or defend why it shouldn't be. That's also a valid opinion to have. Now we go back to the beginning, in the days of 64 Melee, perhaps brawling forward and see what we can do. Alright, gameplay is similar, with some tweaks, one small tweak and one massive. Small ones... Coordinated punches occurs when two characters hit each other, so multiply attacks. Cause a small back to... Okay, so more... Like if hitboxes clash, you'll actually be knocked away from each other. Are we supposed to actually have a roster? No. You don't have to. It's just something I thought would be fun to, like, present a new direction and see what kind of roster would best fit that direction, but you don't have to do that. Don't worry, so. And a big one, the Smash meter. Unlike the traditional Super meter in most fighting games, here the characters receive a big buff or special ability, like, for example, with Bowser. It would be a fun thing, right? slowly get bigger until he becomes a smaller Bowser Fury. I feel instead... Also, you know what? Hold on. I forgot. I should be sharing these in the chat so people can read along. Does that work? If I open it like that? Yeah, it does. Okay, perfect. I trust that people can, like... Hey, get off... Stop! Ah! We're fine. Alright, a couple examples of these super moves. Luigi, level 2, summons Guigi. He is a weaker Luigi, something like Ditto. But if he dies, if you attack him with... I know these would be so unbalanced, but I love little interactions like this, where character-specific weaknesses just cause so much stronger effects against them. I think that's a really funny way of having counterpicks in this game, and I wish they did it more. Sonic, level 3, Super Sonic, a weaker version, obviously, having the buff on his... So transformation smashes, basically. Inkling activates Ink Armor, which protects her and all her teammates from a certain number of attacks. And for Olimar, his Pikmin mature immediately, going from a leaf to a sprout and from a sprout to a flower, increasing their strength. And that's about it. We go on to gameplay stuff, but honest, I don't really feel the need to. Since Roundtable Relay is a collaborative project, I suggest you could probably imagine someone else's cool ideas from another doc here. And even after this, we can take the best ideas from each doc to create the ultimate Smash Bros. Reboot. Or as close to it as possible. I'm going to keep these docs brief, which is why DLC characters aren't covered. Speaking of which, roster. Oh, here comes some debate stuff. We get to have, like, live conversations around how many characters a rebooted Smash Bros. Game could have. And let me start with just a basic, like, where my viewpoints come from. I always look back at each of the Smash Bros. Games we've already had, looking at how much they were able to change, how many, like, modes they had, and how many characters they were able to implement doing so. I will say, 48 feels impossible. Like, if you want to reboot a game, like, really change enough of the game to make it, like, worth rebooting, make it worth losing all that content, you gotta cut down a lot. It doesn't matter, like, if it's what people would be happy with, if people would accept the roster. It's the matter of, okay, how many characters can you implement colossal changes to? Because only colossal changes would work. If there's only a handful of changes for a smaller roster, smaller changes for a larger roster, that's not enough to miss everybody. You can't lose 50 characters and add only one gameplay mechanic. I don't think that works. That is my opinion. People want to disagree? Totally valid. That is how I think. Because the only reason that Smash has been able to get so big is because it reuses so much of the old games. That's the only reason you can get the bigger roster. But if you're reusing stuff from the old games, you haven't changed enough to justify having the smaller roster. If that makes any sense. Alright. Well, the fact that Smash was reused assets all the way down the barrel, so there's be time to revamp or change certain fighters' movesets and to cover enough base for franchise. All 30 party reps are cut down. I also like to add Echo fighters for quickly more premier skins from Injustice, special costumes, and make slight aesthetic changes to fighters. Of course, you got your Dr. Marios and your Pichus. Remember how Ganon was an Echo of Falcon? What if Echoes weren't limited to characters that are clones? I don't want to... I don't know if this works, but that's funny. I do. K-Rool is great. That's a new one. I disagree. Yeah, K-Amson, I disagree. That's funny. Around this roster cut discussion, what do you think of Del's... Oh... I like Delzathan's content. I respect him. That roster is way too fucking big. Like, that's not a reboot. That is a roster cutting game. That's we do get into. I do enjoy this part of these sort of, like, again, it's a roster cutting game. So what do people prioritize when they are cutting down the roster? We got DK and Diddy together. Okay. Rosalie and Bastard. We cut out most of the tertiary Mario characters, but brought in Waluigi. Daisy's probably here too, isn't Echo? Raven Meek solid. You know what? I don't know what this Pokemon is. Just straight up. Oh, Susie's here. Okay. You got Isaac, you got... Is this that one... Oh gosh, what's the name of the game even? Eternal Darkness? Am I thinking of the right game? The one time travel thingamagoober. T-Bro was fun. Rayman gets a pass from me. Main antagonist, Pius Augustus, thank you! Now we got some DLCs as well. I definitely will say... this feels too much like trying to hold on to what Smash Brothers was before. Because it's trying to keep so many different characters around just to kind of almost fit that quota of, like, we can't lose too many characters, guys, because, like, people will be mad about that. We gotta still have Ike. We gotta still have Little Mac. We gotta still have Pit. We gotta have Captain Falcon, Fox. It's traditional. We gotta have it. But I don't think this works when considering that all that we're really getting is the meter. Like, the meter is fun, but you're cutting down half the roster in the process. DLC packs. I don't want to be as harsh as Pierre was, but I'm also not feeling them either. I guess I could see it from a playstyle format. Cactus Cranky Kong, I'm sold. That's fair. That's totally fine. Cutting Marth for Anna is a bold move that actually... You know what? I'll give you that one. That one I actually completely agree with. I think Anna, if they were bold enough to make the change and make her the face of Fire Emblem, that would work so well. Because, like, you can just do more with Anna. Like, all respect to Marth fans, but he's just not really a character at all. I don't think the roster sucks, Gavin, so much as I think it's just way too big. Like, what is this? 4, 8, 8 by 6, 48. It doesn't feel like it's committing hard enough to either, okay, being a follow-up to, like, traditional follow-up to the game and being, like, a full-on reboot. It's trying to do a little too much of both. I do agree with Camp, like, if you're running to, like actual DLC packs, you gotta pick characters that people will actually buy. But I do appreciate the diversity of the group. But yeah, like things like Ram K needs to be base roster. Like, he just needs to. Let's see a bit about, like, actual character changes. I'm not gonna go through all of these. Grady's a bit too serious. Honestly, I should say change that to be more competitive. Like, he still smiles, but is shown to be all the sports and racing. He's out to win. He'll beat your ass, and then after he goes, oh, what a nice job you did. Hope I see you next time. Luigi that focuses on Luigi's Mansion. Making Bowser a bit more of a wrestling. Where's a new character? I'm gonna skip Luigi because everybody does Waluigi. Anna. Fire Emblem series that everyone hates in Smash Bros. Many reps, and honestly, it doesn't bother me, but oh well. We chose Anna because she's a recurring character appearing in all the games. She honestly sounds like a... Yeah, exactly! She's just better at it! I'm sorry, but Marth's boring. He's really, really boring. I respect what he did for the franchise, but you could do that with literally any lord, and then it'd be just about the same. Anna has personality, she has spunk, she has so many fun things you could work with. She should be here. She just should be. It's called Ogre Pawn. Okay, I've learned a thing. I'm so confused. Like, what is this Ogre Pawn? People keep mentioning it. It's the Pokemon. I have no idea what it is. This is a Pokemon, right? It is a Pokemon. Okay. Okay, good. Oh, that's fun. Swapping out the Pokemon trainer characters a bit. I do like that. I feel like I've seen a lot of people talk about, oh, the Pokemon trainer, if you repeat it or change anything about it, it loses what makes it special. I don't agree with that. I think you can do so much with the setup of having 3 separate characters doing 3 separate roles in a moveset, so long as the characters actually have distinct roles. I think that's great. I think it's fun. I wish the games had more of it. Isaac, GB Robo, Pius Augustus, Sonic, Rayman, love you, buddy. He's got a board game for some reason. I have no idea why, but there's a Rayman board game being made that'll come out soon. How does Ubisoft handle their brands? No fucking idea. Alright, let's go in some game modes for a second, because this is where I feel like a reboot Smash Brothers could really set itself apart. Like, this is the big thing that they could focus on to make up for a loss of characters. Just being able to approach people and say, hey, the roster may be smaller, but look at how much more you can do with it. Okay, Quick Play, Tournament Mode, Squad Strike, Special Smash. Classic stuff. Classic mode, series to Smash 64. Got a adventure mode. Good. Very good. 20 or so levels. Kind of seems Melee inspired. All-Star mode, more like the endurance from Melee. Mural challenges. Ooh! I actually really love this. This one right here. This is great. This is just fantastic. Taking that kind of, like, you know in the Kirby games, you collect, like, puzzle pieces or whatnot, and you slowly fill out... Or actually, previous Smash games as well have done this. But making it character-specific, where each character has, like, a mural of challenges that you're supposed to do with them. You can slowly unlock really cool custom artwork. Just, oh, that would be so fun. And I can have, like, the custom art, like, little stories, just the characters existing in this crossover world. Like, just make them, like, Wooden Plank comics, or Brawl in the Family comics, or something like that. That would be so cute! I love that! What song is this? That's a good question. What song is this? It is the main theme of Triforce Heroes, Legend of Zelda. Like, I needed to say Legend of Zelda after Triforce. Because people might not know otherwise. Okay, training. Mob Smash. Finding the immunities from the adventure mode. Another big thing, I completely agree with this, just having, like, AI enemies like Smash. That's why Smash 1 was so good, is because you had so many more creatures and bosses just interacting with the characters. It's fun to watch Cloud smack a Kremlin in the face with his Buster Sword. It's just a good vibe. Home Run Contest, of course. You got Break the Targets, Sport the Platforms, Boss Battles, Me Editor, Stage Builder. Okay, more modes for online. Definitely agree with this one as well. I feel like current Smash Brothers culture it feels... How do I put this? Too afraid of embracing that online Smash should be casual first and not competitive. Like, the way it's all laid out right now, it really pushes players towards the more competitive aspects of it. But I think Smash, like, maybe... No, it's not a hot take, so many people agree with this, but I think Smash is at its best when it's a party game. So really leaning into that and allowing for more online interaction throughout these various modes, I think this would be great. Even if Smash Brothers doesn't get rebooted, if we just get a Smash Ultimate Deluxe, this should happen. This would do so well. All these modes, get in. Rollback netcode. Nintendo's not doing rollback netcode. That's the most ridiculous thing in this entire document. They don't understand online that well. Battle Arena more special Smash Bros. Tournament mode. Random match, which consists of the game choosing your character randomly, and after that match, you have to play with another randomly chosen character. Under random selections exists, but bro, you know, I do like just chaos mode. Chaos modes are fun. It's always great playing in all random, all mid in Heroes of the Storm, and just seeing everyone being forced to pick the same character. Little things like that are so fun. That kind of chaotic, reactive form of, okay, just figure out what the hell to do with what the game gives you. Stages. These are very small icons. I hope this doesn't mess with... No, I'm not going to mess with the overlay right now. I see a Sonic stage that's not Green Hills. That's already a big thumbs up on my part. I think that's Princess Peach? The Showtime Theater, Bob. No idea what this one is. Is that Mario Wonder? Those look like war pipes. I don't know. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Same way as the roster, this is way too many stages for a reboot. Like, you can't make substantial new content if you have to spend so much time remaking old content. There's a big reason that games like that Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl, Multiverses, any new MOBA ever has such a small roster at the beginning, because when you're taking things in a new direction, you gotta work with something small before you can start expanding upon it, because you have to figure out all the nitty-gritty details, like the physics engines, and like, okay, we'll have the offensive versus defensive styles work with each other. Like, any roster-based game ever has had to follow that rule. And I just worry that with this kind of setup of trying to do both, you can't really commit to either need, if that makes any sense. Because, like, what if the game style forces you to reconsider how much distance is between platforms? Like, say, just as a random example, you had aerial smash attacks, right? Well, then you have to consider, like, okay, do we need to make shields stronger, then? Do we need to make jumps faster so you can avoid them more clearly? Do we need to make platforms higher or shorter, or make it some longer animation to actually get up through them? Like, any change to the formula at all, you'd have to revisit the drawing board for everything. That's a fantastic comparison, Dixo. Brings up Smite 2, which is a fantastic example. Smite 2 is basically just a remake of Smite, but with significantly better graphics and effects and everything like that. But they have to port every individual god that was in Smite 1 to work in Smite 2. And it's interesting to see how they'll do. I don't know if it's the best comparison just because they are trying to be more one-to-one with what they're bringing over. But even then, that's just a visual update, really. Not that now there's gameplay stuff too, but for a level of, like, gameplay enhancement, they'd probably have to do even more. Yet Smite 2 is already struggling with how much they have to work on, how much they have to translate over. There's, I think, thousands of skins they have to port over. It's absurd. It's insane. I think some changes to gameplay require you to reinvent the wheel. Smite Teach completely changes the base gameplay as well. Kits are going to be changed to match the physical... Oh, okay. I'll fully confess, I'm not that familiar with the changes from Smite 1 and Smite 2. But in that case, it's a much more apt comparison. And to respond to you, Connro... Yeah, picture it like a house of cards. Even if you only remove one thing from that, or a Jenga tower, it can very easily cause everything to domino collapse on itself. Even if you're not changing gameplay mechanics, just with how much of Smash Bros. Is built off of prior games. League of Legends just dealt with this with Connro. Apparently so much of the game's code was based around just various bits and pieces that were in his design. Which is a big reason why I keep repeating that Smash needs to, like, start over and build a new engine. And if you do that, you can't reuse old stuff. Because you gotta, like, start from ground zero. I don't know. Again, I'm not necessarily presenting what I'm saying as the correct truth. Just more so, I think these things need to be really heavily respected, because there's a lot that changes if you make even the most minute pushes to any part of this formula. That said, Koga is an assist trophy. That's a 10 out of 10. Silver got all of Star Wolf. Okay. Got descriptions of all these. I do want to know what Koga does. Giant stone balls to try and crush fighters with them and teleport around the stage. These balls can be attacked and launched in every direction. Actually, decline. Even master. That's fun. That's good. I also really love the Prime Hunters. Like, they never did anything with them, really. Maybe they will for Prime 4, but all of them are such cool designs. Chimera is an action. This is a funny assist trophy, actually. I do kind of love that. Star Wolf, Silver, Cutman. Bosses! Bosses are always fun. Got Master Hand, King Boo, Calamity Ganon, Zero, Mother Brain, Kieran, Porky, Sigma, Perfect Chaos, Virtual Pride. Please make this like the final boss. That's just fun. That's just fun. Our choices were overall confident with our choices. Normal or weird otherwise. Ultimate did have some cool ideas, some were not well executed, so rather than outright uprooting the bush, we pruned out the bad bits in water, allowing it to grow. Well, this one not only is a solid revamp of the previous formula, but also by the time of a sequel, we can have a bigger roster with some returning veterans and more experimental picks, without having to worry about leaving a character faulty or ignoring issues. Like, however, this doesn't mean the other submissions are bad, probably even better than ours. In fact, there's a fun engagement idea. I feel our roster is lacking at the beginning to get bits and pieces from other submissions. Okay. I think this sentence right here is where I feel like the Smash community at large kind of trips up when talking about rebooting Smash Brothers. Like, I can even say to this point right here. Because it feels like so many reboots are being built with the idea that, okay, eventually we are going to get back to Ultimate with a few sequels after this. Like, Smash Brothers from that point forward is just kind of a catch-up game, which is designing for concession, if that makes any sense. Not necessarily trying to approach the topic from, okay, here's the wild things we could do with these new opportunities. More about trying to keep all the scales balanced between what would make people happy, trying to deal with what might make them upset. Just make a reboot that's good enough that people will still accept it. And I don't know if that is the right approach to, well, approach something like this. This is link. No, I linked the. I did link the document, right? I'm pretty sure I linked the document, right? Please. I want to believe in myself. I think we're still. Now this is still roster size. I did. Okay. No, you just missed it. I did the thing. I did the good thing. Happy Gaslight Duke Day. I will say I do think there are a lot of fun individual ideas in this. Like, you put Rayman in the game. Like, Rayman, that's just an automatic win in my book. But I do think it's trying to make too many audiences, diametrically opposed audiences, happy at the same time. I think it needs to commit a little harder to one direction. Like, do you want to keep everything that's old, or do you want to really start something new? That's my opinion, at least. Do it definitely. Where was the... This right here. Just the simple idea of this makes me so happy. Like, the fact that Nintendo hasn't done this on that matter, because, like, this wouldn't be that hard to do. Like, in the grand scheme of game design, this would not be that hard to do. That's a fair point, yeah. I think this would work a lot better as a Smash 6 Deluxe. Like, take the newcomers that we have here and just put them on top of Smash 6. I mean, of Smash Ultimate. I don't think you can do the, gosh. Brain, catch up, please. I don't think you can do the Smash Meter thing if you do that, because that's just too many characters to do it with, but everything else here could work pretty well, I think. There's a lot of good ideas here that would mesh pretty well with the basic format that Ultimate presents. And if it did, I'd be happy with it. Okay. I think I'm satisfied with this one. Unless anybody else has any other thoughts they want to share about this particular concept. I like the Rowlet appreciation tremendously. Rowlet is a good Pokemon. I like this adorable little boy. Okay. Oh, let me remember to... Oh, there's... Goddamn, I missed the music. I'm sorry. That's on me. Balancing a lot of stuff here. Okay, who said next first? God Robert's cousin is under a different name. Actually, we're gonna do Camp. We're gonna do Camp next. Camp's a member. I will give Camp priority because of so. Let's grab music. I'm gonna pause the Smash Brothers theme and set this one to play instead. Oh! Yes, does it feel me in Smash Brothers original? No, not at all. Like, again, I disagree with a lot of those things, but don't take that as a, like a mark against skill. This is just sharing different opinions, sharing different viewpoints, and seeing how our opinions change because of that. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. What was I doing? Camps, right. Alright, I'm going to remember to share the document. Alright. Introduction, a brief detour. Hello everybody, I hope you all are doing well on this fine day. I'm here to throw in my 2 cents on the Smash Reboot discussion. I have a main concept. I wish to promote my idea, but I first want to go on a quick tangent on the idea that Smash does not get rebooted and continues on where it left off. I'm writing a lot on this topic, so I'll link it here in case. How long is this? It says it's very likely to happen. Wii U is basically died Ultimate, making it so it's easy to build off of. Around here. Market level, everyone is back, over 105. That's a fair point, actually. You know, yeah, actually, that's a pretty solid marketing gimmick that you can follow up everyone uses. I never really considered that, but just saying over 100 fighters is pretty damn impressive. Stouts. That's how you get Waluigi and Bandana D in. You probably won't get them in reboots, that's fair. Sees the most likely outcome if it's a year 1 or 2 title for the next console. Following the footsteps of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Also makes it easier to just improve upon the existing single-player content and make something new. That's fair, that's fair. Also says that Sakurai has emphasized he probably doesn't think it's possible to see a roster that size again. Which, to be fair, I think he's also said before on previous games. Alright, Namco has multiple studios working on something right now. How much longer is this? Hold on, let me move the chat for just a second. Oh, we're almost at the bottom. We're almost at the bottom. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. When a different group of administrators and South can run for change, but only a percentage of the... Also fair. Like, this is such an important thing to remember when we're talking about the process of rebooting Smash Brothers. The average consumer just doesn't care. The average consumer will see something like, hey, this has 100+ fighters, and be like, holy shit, we gotta get this game because it's got 100 fighters in it. People have got lives outside of video games. So long as you promise something that'll be fun and has all the cool stuff they remember. Like, I understand this. I think that's absolutely a fair opinion to have. Like, Mario Kart just literally just dealt with this. My fans kind of wanted a new game, but we've had 8 Deluxe for so long because it works. Why change what works? What already makes money? That's what Pokemon has been since its inception. I agree with the overall points here. Like, I personally want a reboot because I'm just bored of current Smash Brothers. There's gentler ways to put that, but at this point in time, I'm more interested to see how Multiverse is going to come back, how Rivals of Aether 2 is going to function, because I know how the game works at this point. I'm more excited to see the reveal trailers than I would be how the actual game functions from that point. Do I like the funny picture? The funny picture is fantastic. Very funny picture. 10 out of 10. Love it. That's just an attention about Ultimate Deluxe, which honestly, I agree. It's the safe thing to do. But what if we did, though? So if we took Smash in a new direction after Ultimate, after a game whose whole shtick was marketing its roster, it's massive, everyone Smash's history is back, the whole shebang, which unfortunately led to stagnation in other departments of the general Smash experience. Single-player content felt somewhat limited, World of Light is 50 hours longer than it needs to be, Smash Run continues to... Multi-Man continues to be meh, All-Star was neutered, Stage Builder and Home Run Contest were updates, and Classic Mode is actually kind of neat. But I wouldn't lie and say I don't miss the randomization element somewhat. The gameplay feels nice, but there are definitely some snags. And with the platform fighter genre exploding in both AAA and indie sectors, we need to somewhat stand out from the competition. It's kind of a bummer though, because I feel an optimal reboot would be able to balance all these aspects, while still providing a fresh experience, because if it's just Ultimate but less, who would play that? So I thought to myself, how can I change the Smash experience and improve the things that need to be worked on while also getting some focus on the cast? And then it clicked. To all my fellow peasants, I submit to the Roundtable. Super Smash Bros. Tag Tourney, a tag team assist-based version of the Smash Bros. Formula. Here we go! Really didn't take me long to figure out what kind of big shakeup would work under these circumstances. One of my favorite additions to Ultimate was Squad Strike, which everyone knows what Squad Strike is. Fun take on the general Smash experience, but as someone who's gotten more into traditional fighters, I wish there was a little more sauce with it. And I thought of the exact gimmick that could elevate a new Smash game. Tag mechanics! If you can't promote the characters through how many there are, why not promote it based on how the characters work together? Alright, we got some controls set up. Turning the L button into the assist button. Honestly, you could get away with way more than this. Like, you'd have to get rid of the GameCube controller, unfortunately. But, like, this thing's got so many buttons on it. You can do more with so many of these buttons. Smash could have so many more moves and options, and you just don't. You just don't. So, tag assists are part of the regular gameplay cycle. Solid start. The gimmick is that I could be so... Shows this because I believe it's a good way to still focus on cast without being obsessive over roster. That's a fair point, Camp. Sorry. My bad. I realized that was blasphemy saying that to you. Design could now be looked at more closely to accommodate for how they work in a setting where characters can be called in. Move synergy between characters is now a factor and can lead to some creative combos and player expression. Admittedly, there's some overlap with other problem fighters, as Framebreakers has an assist system, and Multiverses really focuses on doubles. But I want to go on the tag team angle, and it's really not something you have to see in a platform fighter unless I've overlooked something obscure. Debated in my head as to whether the game would be 2v2 to keep things simpler, or 3v3 because Smash is constantly built on 3 stocks. Would each stock be based on how many characters you have, and you have to focus on your team and what assist you want to have on deck? Or perhaps you would just have the regular stock matches that have access to your assists at all times. For the sake of differing from normal Smash, the former would be better, but the latter would lend itself better to sticking with the familiar ground while still being absolutely new. The artwork... Ooh, commissioned artwork! I love commissioned artwork. It's good for showcasing the general team concept, isn't muddy, but 3v3 allows for more characters, more carnage, and therefore more fun. Art is not complete yet. Oh! I will include sketches below with permission from the artist. You may know him. I would find either way, but I would imagine with the current control schemes, 2v2s would be easier since 3v3s tend to have 2 assist buttons in order to better control which assist comes out. And we have to account for non-traditional controllers. This is fair. Carson! We love Carson. So we got Link using the Breath of the Wild tablet and Mario pointing. Got Kirby fighting with Yoshi. This is so cute. God, I love Carson's artwork. DK and Pikachu. Mega. Ooh! That's fun! Like, again, communicates the base concept pretty nicely. Indeed, we stand Carson in this household. Mechanics when the game does the things. Alright. Tag assist, where you can pick the special move the character uses when they're called in, then take off. Pretty much the same style as Marvel vs. Capcom. Tagging attacks, where you actively swap to the other character. You can use whatever aerial you wish in order to continue a combo or go for a finisher. Imagine comboing with Pikachu, then finishing with Donkey Kong's forward air. Which does sound very fun. Wave dashing, just do it. I think adding a literal water wave visual effect to it would look snazzy as well. Yeah, I agree. Replace the current perfect shield system with a more active parry. Instead of releasing the shield button the right time, you press the attack button while holding the shield. If timed correctly, the opponent is briefly stunned and you can take control of the fight. It is just the better system than the perfect shielding. I will admit, it's just... It feels better to call out people's moves like that. Okay, I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. I don't want the foundation of Smash gameplay to change that much. You know what? That's fair. Also, love the sprite work. You can certainly build on top of the Smash foundation as provided. I don't think that much needs to be changed with Smash's base mechanics. It's been possible over the course of 2 decades. Yeah, we've seen some instances where they trip on their face, sometimes literally. But how Smash has evolved at a base level, I think, is really good. The only changes you could make without sacrificing what currently exists would involve changing numbers in the code. Speed, knockback, etc. I'm not opposed to experimenting with these base mechanics entirely, but I would be careful. I'm sure people more creative and qualified than me can present ideas for reworking some elements. That's the point of the Roundtable. Exactly! That is the point of this. Characters! Maybe the real roster was the friends. I love these titles. These titles are so fun. What we got? Mix of old and new, and I'll try to keep it concise because Gold, Jolly G, we really got into a lot of these. Okay. I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of them here. I'm going to just kind of briefly skim. Where's all the system? Change Mario's down special into Cappy. Get rid of the Bubble Flower from Mario Wonder. I really want to do the next Roundtable on Mario. Just because it's so fascinating how people are just... They treat him as almost a sacred design, but everyone has like that little tweak. That's like, oh, we'll just change this one move over here, or this one right here, or this one aerial feather. Just 1,000 cuts going at him, but every single one from a different person. It's just be so interesting to see if we can come up with some kind of conclusion about what to do with Mario. Because he's weirdly one of the most controversial characters to talk about when you're talking about movesets. It's fascinating. Donkey Kong, holy shit, Pierre, it's your guy! Like a golden retriever, he just perks up. He's like, I've been summoned. Yeah, just basic additions of like how this character could be used in assist systems. Okay. So Mario, Donkey Kong, Yoshi. I just want to figure out what the format is. Gavin asks, is Roundtable realize so they focus on Smash? Definitely not. I'm sure that Smash will be the most successful, but I want to do things like Fire Emblem classes, or maybe design a Pokemon, or how to fix Pokemon. There's things we could do. Yeah, Link, we got Ganondorf, we got Samus, and Dark Samus. Interesting. Kirby, Dark Matter. Hey! Hey! Hold on. I remember the link to this one. That's just mean. It's deserved, but it's mean. And right, he'd be so interesting in like a tag team focus. Like, I can only half commit to my moveset. Like, if it was a game where it was designed around that kind of tag team formula, Dark Matter could be so cool. We got the Pikachus, we got the Pokemon trainers, we got Excitebiker, okay. That's fun. Ooh, hello. I'm gonna read this. Evolution of Falcon Punch. I want to nominate an idea titled The Flying Falcon Punch. This will be his new Final Smash, where it starts the same, and he runs you over in the... Yes! He hops out of the car as the camera zooms through his face, and he punches you while he's on the car! Just Flying Falcon Punch! Punches them down with such force that the opponent combusts into flames and dies! Like, you could do so much. Like, imagine... Okay, here's my take for, like, a Falcon Punch evolution. Final Smash starts the same, right? He just gets in the car, runs you over, you are flying, jumps out of the car, like the adventure mode, punches you again, and you just go off into the stratosphere. He's Captain Falcon, right? So flaming wings burst from his body as he supersonic pursues after you, and there's one more like Falcon finale or something to punch you into the planet and explode the planet or something like that. Just go full anime with him. There's so much you could do. The fact that Captain Falcon has not once turned into like a flying, fiery falcon. Let's just give... You're so cool. It'd be so neat. Of course. He's gotta be here. Obviously. It's a camp moveset. You gotta have GameCube controller. Isabel's here. Pocket. Yeah, this is very fair. Pocket would just be really fun move for Tag Fighter. Want to give her a false-like ability we can spawn in random items or furniture. We got Inkling, we got Sonic. Ooh, Sonic, okay. It's another fun one that we could do. So many people have so many different ideas of how. Read the description of GameCube controller? I will happily do so. Holy shit, it's the funny controller! If you wish to learn more about how it works, click on the link attached to the name or check out the first episodes of both Peasants' Perspectives and Cleared for Battle. I include it here because it's obligatory for yours truly, but I also have a related mechanic. I absolutely want to pull a Rain Dog in Multiverse and allow for teammates to pick it up and toss it as an item. Pretty strong, but you essentially risk losing. You can literally spike your controller! Oh, that's so good, though! That's so good. I love that. just like a Bonsley, just drop it off the stage. That is a good. That is a very good. We got a Mega Man's. Who are you? You're originally from most of them. From Marvel vs. Capcom 2, apparently. I think I remember you. Was this one of the Darkstalkers? I can't remember who had the concept, but the Darkstalkers characters that were kind of seemed originally meant for Darkstalkers, but got used in Marvel vs. Capcom instead. I might be misremembering. I think so. Will I do multiple streams of this same concept? Yes, I will, because there's way too many. We are not going to be able to get to everybody. Yes! Yes! Oh, yeah. You didn't go with the easy Rayman pick. You cut deeper. Oh my god, and Chai would be so fun in a platform fighter, though. God, I want him so badly. He would be so much fun. Just the whole rhythm-based mechanics, it's just the idea I had ages ago for a Rhythm Heaven character, but as an actual, like, super fun character. Also, you get Robbie Damon into the game, and that's always a good thing. Oh my god, and Isabel Doomslayer team up. That's just a thing. That could be a thing now. Oh, that'd be so good. Here's a bullet claim. I want the roster to have between 40 and 50 characters. Yes, I do realize I'm going against the fold when it comes to a reboot, but I'd like to offer a few rebuttals. Most tag fighters are well known for their large rosters. While Dragon Ball Z launched with only 21 characters, it's pretty measly compared to something like the Marvel vs. Capcom series. Well, Twos could reuse assets from the other games. 3 and the re-release had 36 and 48 respectively, while still building all the characters from the ground up. Hell, Infinite released with 30, and that was considered small. I honestly chose Smash to go to the tag team route because it would give me an excuse to give it bigger roster parameters. Obviously, the sacrifice of that is time, but honestly that's an issue I take with Ultimate, as I believe a lot of quirks could be solved if they were given another year of development time. Plus, I would imagine that this new game has had some breathing room for Ultimate and could be given a longer development cycle. This is fair. This is fair. I talk a lot about how you can't work with a larger roster when trying to make something new, but with enough time, you can fix that. Like, if you had... I was about to compare it to Blizzard and Overwatch, but considering how Overwatch 2 happened, that's a terrible comparison. But, like, if you delay those kinds of games long enough, you can keep slowly adding characters. You just can't get a return on them, which is difficult. You gotta have some kind of income. But Nintendo's one of the few companies that could probably get away with that for a bit. Honestly, it might be smart to... like, since they have two teams working at the whole Bandai Namco, have one team focus on a more shorter term, like Ultimate Deluxe, while another works on, like, this full-on reboot system. I don't know. And Ultimate sold like hotcakes. That's another thing. They already have a lot of money. Use use Echo Fighters as a way to grow the roster, and you make them work with them by giving them tag team moves, different abilities. Introduction, taking for a ride. Thank you for reading. I really enjoyed coming up with this concept, and since Squad Strike was announced a long time ago in the August 2018 Direct, I've been foaming at the mouth for at least some side mode that incorporates assists in some way. I hope you'll enjoyed it, and look forward to all the discussions we can drum up about some fun reboot ideas. Alright, so first off, base concept, super solid. I think this would be absolutely... Like, this is a good hook. This is a hook that gets people interested in being like, oh, well, we haven't seen these characters working together like this. That's really cool. Especially if there's a way to, like, give more kind of character-specific team-ups. Because I feel like one of the biggest detriments to Smash Brothers is, despite being such a close-knit, beloved crossover franchise with all these characters that people love, you don't really get much of that character interaction from a crossover. Like, compared to even just, like, multiverses, you'll have characters, like, throwing quips at each other. Like, they'll actually talk to each other because there's voice lines in the game. Same with Heroes of the Storm. He's able to benefit from that as well. Like, all these characters are together in Smash Brothers, but they're very, very divorced from... Like, here's an example. Imagine if you have Mario and Donkey Kong teamed up, they'll do a specific, like, team-up working together based on the Mario movie. Like, that's a lot of... And that gets into the problem of, like, okay, but then how many characters can you have on the roster? Because that becomes exponential amounts of work that you have to go along with. I had a thought going from that, and the train of thought just crashed into a mountain. One more for MVC and just an intro or victory quotes, that would be enough for me, and obviously it really depends on if story mode is a thing. Yeah. Like, there's so many directions to, you could go with. A lot of that would also determine on what's the word I'm looking for? Ambitious? There we go. That's the word. Ambitious they're willing to be with, like, character interactions, because Nintendo has never been that great about trying to do any of that. Like, character stories outside of the few series that are based around that, they don't do that much. They really don't do that much. Nintendo characters as a whole kind of rely on your own connections with the characters and kind of extrapolating from that rather than actually showing you anything, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But it's still, I argue it's a whole. It's definitely a whole. This is a very good remix, I do agree. But yeah, to round things up, oh yeah, the artwork is great too. I love custom artwork so much. I think this is a very solid approach to take. I think this is something that Smash could do to really make it stick out and give people a reason to, like, get invested in a different direction for the series. Alright. Alright, God Robert's cousin, what is your submission? Like, what's the name under it? Because I couldn't find it last time, but I will do yours next. We'll grab Camp Cuz member. I'll more than happily get to that now. I move this over as well. The other documents. I'm just gonna finish the artwork in time. Oh, don't worry, Carson. It's still great. Oh, it's an acronym. Okay, that's why I couldn't find it. Sorry. GRC. There we go. Alright. Is it this one? Whoops. Nope, go away. Stop. Stop. I pressed the wrong button. Garber's cousin. Really? Fucking hell. Stop that. Oh my god. Sorry. Never worked with a format like this, like trying to have the chat on top of all this. It's that one? Okay, just the format's a little different. That's fine. We will grab this one, and then let's get the Express at... We're fine. Come on. There we go. I understand basic document formatting. I've only been doing this for like 2 years. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. How our turns determined? We've been very loosey-goosey about this. I just grab things from what people ask for. I will confess, if people start being a little too pushy, I will pass over them for somebody else. But, like, the idea here is that we're going to try to get to all of them eventually. So, I just kind of toss out that, hey, I want to do mine soon. Because I want to get to ideas while the people that made them are still in the chat. Because that makes for a more interesting experience. Okay. Go by GRC or Boorbad, regardless of what YouTuber he wants to at me as. Game dev, currently working on a couple of games. Slime Breaker job. Ooh! If I stretch myself in with more design work and documentation I already have, so I don't have a GDD or a proper pitch to give here. However, I want to ask a few big questions that could hopefully help the discussion to come. This is a short essay here to deliver these questions and help consider these pitches not from an emotional or roster standpoint, but more from a goal-oriented one. There's no fun list of characters and stages here, but I hope this will feel worth your time regardless. This is interesting! Okay. If nothing else, me can use this as a platform to give us what his answers to these questions are. If you're not interested in delving into the philosophy behind them, just want the questions, here they are in isolation. 1. What can a Smash Bros. Game lack while still being considered Super Smash Bros.? Stripped down to its absolute essentials, what aspects of the pre-boot must absolutely return in the reboot? Number 2. What do we want Super Smash Bros. To be that it wasn't already? What is it trying to accomplish with the pre-boot specifically did not? What kind of relationship is this reboot meant to have with the source material that enters it? As supposed fans of both Smash Bros. And the source material, how are we meant to regard a game like this? So super open-ended questions. But okay. Well, I will read his responses first before going into the nitty-gritty of, like, what my... Yeah, like Cam says, this is just the right questions to ask. In my design work, I've always found it helpful to ask vague questions that eventually bring forward clarity on our game's restrictions and intentions. Knowing big picture stuff like that always makes it far easier to deliberate on how I feel over individual ideas and how well they serve their purposes. I'd like to provide some similarly natured questions before we get too far into any kind of voting phase for individual ideas. Ideally, these questions are asked either as early as possible to establish context going into pitches, or as late as possible to reframe what has already been discussed and establish common ground to finally reach when deciding which between multiple ideas would better serve our purposes. To prelude, Super Smash Bros. Is a lot of different things to many people. It's a competitive platform fighter or a silly party game. It's a Nintendo crossover meant to celebrate the company's full history, both old and new, or it's an overall gaming crossover as it's very much been in the most recent entries. It's celebratory proof that your favorite characters deserve to be immortalized, or it's the big marketing platform that's meant to single-handedly save any series that lands on it, so on and so forth. Every possible vision of Smash Bros. Has its equally passionate and opposite-minded take on what the series is and ought to be. We are not here to solve what the true vision of Super Smash Bros. Was. I think that context needs to be kept in mind throughout the entire process. Henceforth, if the conversation is meant to focus less on what it was and more on what it will be, then before we throw darts at a wall over genres and what the scope creep lies, we need to answer the questions that will provide an understanding of what our hopes and expectations for this project actually entail. Before we ask any questions, we must first unravel what we already knew. I mean, at this point, obviously, I'm reading the whole thing because this is phenomenal, fantastic. I love this. While we can't boldly declare what the true vision of Super Smash Bros. Was, we can pick apart the series into observable components. Things that simply are and will always be without being at the mercy of changing opinions. For the sake of laying out foundation, here are a few things of what the Super Smash Bros. Series were currently featured. It used a Kirby Superstar-esque control scheme, featuring a variety of movesets to use in a 2D action platformer framework. Characters as systems to walk, jump, crouch, attack, directly interact with opponents, interact with items, interact with stage elements, and taunt, with subsystems within and across each of those systems. The default form of play did not use a traditional HP system, but instead weighed progress in a match by raising the knockback percentages of one's opponent until they were finally knocked out of bounds. Player customization was present in every entry. Beyond the base requirement of having multiple playable characters to give variety towards each player's preference of playstyle, each entry featured some or all of the following across the series. Alternate colors for each character, remappable controls that can be saved onto individual name tags, custom special moves, custom stat manipulation passive properties, and individual handicap settings. An emphasis on gameplay personalization settings further allowed players to tailor the gameplay experience to their comfort beyond their individual characters. Without even getting into stage selection and item options, the selection of music that plays, custom stage creation, archival methods like photos and replays, multiplayer special tournament modes, and amiibo functionality. It crossed over many video game franchises, with Nintendo IPs making up the bulk of representation. Later entries would be more open to third-party involvement. It had characters' movesets drawn from their source material to varying amounts. This ranged from moves that took loose creative liberties, or nothing at all, to entire movesets perfectly adapting their series' gameplay altogether into a platform fighter. Occasionally, derivative ideas of a series in Smash Bros. Officially ended up in said series, causing source materials and Smash Bros. To have affected one another. It was a low barrier to entry relative to other fighting games, especially with younger players and casual gamers. Despite this low skill floor, the series still implemented mechanics and techniques that only advanced players would be able to execute upon, contrasting the low skill floor with a relatively higher skill ceiling. Also, each entry held multiple forms of appeal, variably focusing, depending on the individual entry, on multiple pillars for the following: party game enjoyability, substantial single-player cooperative content, informative material on various series trivia and lore, competitive rule set viability, and or a non-insignificant amount of completionism to achieve. The goal of this project is to decide upon and pitch what a rebooted Smash Bros. Ought to be, which by default means that all of these things Smash Bros. Was are not requirements for us. They only are what were. These ideas are nonetheless tools for determining what common ground we share, specifically as they relate to our first question. What can a Smash Bros. Game lack while still being considered Smash Bros.? Stripped down to its absolute essentials, what aspects of the preboot must return in the reboot? In this case, we'd be deciding which elements of our pitches are foundational to the very idea of Smash. It could be argued that if a reboot strays too far radically away from the collective idea we have of what Smash Bros. Is, wouldn't really be Smash Bros. Anymore at that point. At the very least, a pitch that does deviate that hard would likely need to pick up another branding than just Smash Bros. I mean, as an easy example, Metroid to Metroid Prime. But that doesn't necessarily mean we'd be excluding the idea altogether, simply figuring out the proper label for it, as we're already doing with trying to label Smash Bros. In a way nobody here disagrees with. Once we have a label for what Smash Bros. Already is, the logical follow-up becomes this. What do we want Smash to be that wasn't already? what is it trying to accomplish that the pre-boot does not? The reason I'd like us to be able to confidently answer this question is so we can establish goals in this discussion. We should try to avoid tunnel visioning on which thing is the right thing to do, and reach the far more lucrative discussion of which thing is the closest match to our shared vision. I'd rather we not compare apples to oranges, arguing whether Smash Pokemon or Smash Tekken is the better idea, without even a basic grasp on how to resolve the argument in the first place. So the idea should be to start as broad as possible before we begin to settle on the direction we take. Once we establish what Smash Bros. Wasn't, and in contrast what we're looking for it to be for the first time, we create a big picture blueprint that only needs the right broad strokes to give us direction without worrying about the smaller details within. This way, even if deliberating on pitches turns into a matter of taste, we can compare pitches by how much they follow an established direction and let the process of elimination do the work for us. So now, we've labeled what Smash Bros. Has to be and established what we want it to be, that it wasn't already. That brings us down to one last question for Super Smash Bros., primarily the dynamics surrounding it we're looking for. What kind of relationship is this reboot meant to have with the source material that enters it? As supposed fans of both Smash and source material, how are we meant to regard a game like this? Smash is likely to be many people's introductions to lesser-known Nintendo series, and by extension, the first impression many players get to have of their featured characters through their portrayals in Smash. In other words, any characters that get added into Smash Bros. Has a huge legacy laid out before them, possibly over what their actual game's impressions are supposed to leave. See Roy's fiery spirit in Smash Bros. Versus his mannerisms, not unlike Marth's in The Binding Blade. See Smash's players' lack of reception to Olimar, as a silent, stoic little dwarf man with no discernible thoughts or feelings on the situations around him. It is no exaggeration that entire IPs can revive off the curiosity of Smash players alone. With that kind of star power in mind, getting a character in Smash Bros. Would guarantee ripples in the state of that series from fans alone, not even having to get into multiple-sided examples of things that have happened in Smash Bros. Later canon immigrating into the series in question, such as Meta Knight's Dark Galaxia Final Smash being made official to his character in Planet Robobot. So our prior question is meant to gauge that effect, knowing that a base association with this crossover can have an influence on its source material. How much influence should be granted between Smash and the series in question? Rather more accurately to discuss is whether creative liberties should be allowed for these characters to grant them abilities and interpretations not already seen in their series, or if a more conservative take on the characters should be kept in mind, best sticking to what is already established within that series. If this reboot is any kind of live service title as well, it's worth considering what position this Smash reboot is meant to take. Is it an archive of what was, or is it a marketing platform of what can or will be? Having a vision of that in mind will help direct decisions to come. So to recap one more time, here's what I think we should try to be asking ourselves as we go through these. What can a Smash Bros. Game lack while being considered Smash Bros.? What do we want it to be that it wasn't already? And what kind of a relationship is this reboot meant to have with the source material that enters it? I'm hoping these help to some degree, even if it mainly comes to the viewers just keeping some of this in mind. Let's make something great here, folks. In conclusion, disregard everything else in this essay. The only Smash Reboot concepts worth considering are ones that have Sukapon on their rosters. Thank you for your time. I mean, like, 10 out of 10. Wow! That was introspective, that was great, that was a vibe that I adore having associated it with what I want these roundtables to be. This was amazing! I think literally everybody watching could learn from just this kind of setup. This is how actual game design happens. Just asking these super broad stroke questions about just trying to figure out what direction you're going to go. This could have been a video. That could have been a video. That could have easily been a video. Gosh, now I'm just kind of stuck in that mindset now of, okay, how would I answer these questions? I think 2 in particular sticks out to me a lot, because what I keep coming back to in my head is kind of what we talked about last time, is that character interaction between these characters. I think I can pretty heavily say that is something that Smash Brothers currently is not. Like, kind of springboarding off question 3 as well. If this was somehow a player's first exposure to the Mario series, I know this is ridiculous, but just hear me out. You wouldn't really get any sense of Mario and Luigi's relationship, of Mario and Peach's relationship, of Mario and Bowser's relationship. Like, they have the same symbol, and you can probably get from their outfits that Mario and Luigi are at least related. But there's really not an exploration of, like, actual character dynamics. And I think that's something that Smash Brothers could do something with. I think I mentioned in the initial video for this roundtable of, like, okay, give, like, tag team supers. Like, give a level 2 where Mario just does the whole kicking shells around with Luigi, just to kind of have fun with his brother. 1, though, one's just interesting to think about. I don't know if I can answer 1 off the top of my head. Because I think you could... Like, you could do the 3D Smash Brothers, like the Smash Tekken kind of deal. But I do kind of agree that that would kind of need to be... not necessarily lose the brand, but like I said with Metroid and Metroid Prime, that becomes a different iteration of what Smash Brothers is. Or like a 2D to 3D Mario relationship. I think, at the very least, Smash Brothers needs to be accessible. It needs to have that kind of insane customization. Like, item preferences, stage preferences, music preferences, all of that. And I think in terms of, like, probably one of my biggest problems with Ultimate is the loss of the, like, kind of the historical side of it. Like, the trophy descriptions and all that. I do love Smash Brothers as this kind of museum, just to kind of learn more about gaming. And with the latest entry, we've kind of gotten a little farther away from that than I currently like. And that is something I would absolutely want more in future games. Gosh, I'm gonna have to, like, collect myself for a little bit after this. The music is, well, actually, the music is helping for, like, fitting the vibe of this, but is very much not helping trying to collect my thoughts of, like, trying to answer any of these questions. Did I see that Smash mod that lets players walk in the Z-axis? I did! That's interesting. But yeah, there's a couple of things here, like, that Smash does absolutely have to be. Like, it has to be a crossover. You can't just have only Mario characters. I think it needs the personalization. Source material is an interesting question. Because I did bring up that whole idea of, like, having different themed Smash Brothers movesets, but it's a very fantastic point that this might be people's first interactions with a character, and you want to give them an interaction that doesn't communicate who this character is. I don't think that's as simple as a yes or no question. It's pros and cons that you have to weigh. God, this is interesting. Thank you so much, GRC. I think this was extremely, extremely valuable to share. And I can't think of a good way to follow that up. This was just good. It's probably going to change up how a lot of people are going to approach their ideas moving forward, which I think is awesome. Well done. 10 out of 10. That's the kind of stuff that we need. So yeah, who wants to follow that up? Fossilized nerd? Alright, we have a brave volunteer. Okay, right here. Smash Reboot Pitch. Any star effects or Smash 6? Oh gosh, can I get that set up really quickly? Hang on. Smash 64 OST. We got this, we got this. It is a very good Final Destination theme. It's simple, but it's good. Alright. Fossilized nerds. Smash Brothers Reboot Pitch. Oh. Okay, never mind. We're going from Final Destination to Star Wolf. Also a very good theme. We're turning this into Mortal Kombat 1 and also 3D. That's it, roll credits. Got some stuff to be all this. Quickly going to cover the aesthetic, the gameplay, and then the thematics and the roster it fits in. Also, hi! I wrote the Ice Climbers reboot a ways back for the Peasants Perspective series, and I'm looking since because of Pokemon fan game development. Ooh, that's fun! Here, this new idea that popped in my head. Alright! Oh, thank you for the reminder. For the link. What do you mean when you say turn this into Mortal Kombat 1? Was recently sold on the premise of cameos, which is an assist system that can bring famous allies from across the combat universe to aid you in battle. Didn't exactly land super well, because the fandom loves a 1v1 environment, but Smash is a game that caters to a party crowd. So the audience might actually receive it a lot better. That and the expansive story mode that goes absolutely crazy with the plots. Mortal Kombat 1 is a game that was lauded on and released for an entertaining story campaign, and people have been begging for a Subspace Emissary-like sequel. This is a great way to tackle both and enter into the Street Fighter 6 Tekken 8 story campaign. This is another big thing just to kind of, man, GRC's whole topic is gonna just completely shift. I'm gonna approach the rest of these, but this is another big thing that Smash Brothers currently isn't, and I really wish it could be. Kind of going off of, like, character interactions, but just tell a goddamn story. Come on. I understand it must be difficult with having to work with so many different creators, how to use their characters. Also, did I remember? I did put the link. Okay. What would Smash Brothers into Mortal Kombat 1 look like? There are several things, the details of which are certainly flexible, but my immediate thoughts are to fill the representation in the roster by including tons of characters as special assist characters. Let's call them Smash Brothers. That's just kind of adorable. Equip a Smash Brother of your choice, and take them into combat with you to aid you in the fight. You can summon them with the press of a button, and depending on whether you're in the midst of a series of attacks, attempting to evade, or attempting to shield, the Smash Brother will behave very slightly differently. So you basically have a nice 3 moves per Smash Brother, and all the rest of the animation budget goes into your playable roster. And yes, all playable characters could technically be used in Smash Brothers 2. So you can have Bowser support Mario, or you just get a few moves of his as assisting techniques. So, 3D. Alright. What on earth are you doing, making 2 drastic changes to the gameplay at the same time? You insane fool! Jokes aside, 3D part is to really push the dynamism of stages into the fray. With Ultimate, Smash was able to fully embrace the magic of great representation, to the point that characters feel like they were ripped out of their games. But the competitive scene, meanwhile, has cared far less about the roster's representation and more about how many flat platforms are available to make a stage usable in competition. By turning the game into a 3D fighter, you suddenly introduce a vast level of complexity to every directional input that exists in the game, and you introduce the taking cover to avoid an assault, which is just a thing you are not capable of in the 2D entries, no matter how hard you try. So is this, like... I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Are we talking like a Dissidia format here? Where we got 3D arenas that actually have obstacles in place? Like, this isn't Soul Calibur, this isn't Tekken, this is actual, like... We still have stages we can move around. Is this Rayman Arena? That would make me very happy. I probably wouldn't love the game as much if I played it today, but that is a nostalgic pick and a half. Okay. Your only solution is to flee or build a wall if you're playing as Steve exclusively. Oh god, Steve in a 3D platformer setup. That actually sounds kind of hilarious, though. Now, warp pipes will provide quick cover to retaliate from within its guns, and floating clouds will serve as a place to hide from impending assault as Sephiroth descends into Zelda in a manner befitting the most spoiled story detailed in the history of the internet. Stuff like that. Stages being 3D is also a chance for the series to adapt fully 2D games on a brand new way. Not that Game & Watch will necessarily be playable and not a Smash Brother, but you get the idea. That's another funny... Oh god, Game & Watch in that 2D setup. Imagine, like, hiding from people by just going full 2D from where you think they're looking at. I do not necessarily anticipate there being a tremendous number of stages as a result of what extra development time required would be to create them, but there would be at least one for each member of the roster. I see people bringing up Power Stone a lot. I'm not familiar with how Power Stone works, but I will take your word for that might be how it works. Roster, okay. Just gonna quickly skim through this. We got Mario, we got Luigi, we got Peach, we got Bowser, DK, Yoshi, Pikachu, Mewtwo, Charizard, Link, Ganondorf, Kirby, DDD, Samus, Marth, Olimar, Inkling, Tom Nook, Noah, Star Fox, Captain Falcon. 21 characters. So at least the characters, the roster's small enough that you could do all of these things with. I think that's a plus. Like, it's a huge shift in formats, but we're starting small enough that we can actually work with it. Flashy Stormer says, I'm just gonna say, Duke looks like he should be tying young ladies to the railroad tracks with that mustache. What do you think my plans are after the stream is over? Anyway. And I see that all of these are changing up, like, how these characters... I can see, like, Bowser's using his shell a bit more in 3D for defenses. Oh, that actually sounds fun, though. Oh! Don't say Duke dastardly! That's great. That's but seriously though, in a 3D format, like positioning how Bowser is approaching people with his shell to be more defensive, that's like actually how a Bowser boss fight would work. Oh, that's so good. Noticing not a lot of newcomers, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but this does very much feel like a roster that has been decided because these are the characters you choose from the last game, if that makes sense. Like, it wasn't brave enough to cut Marth for Anna, you know? Still solid. But it's also exactly what I'd expect, you know? Oh, but then we get into the Smash Brothers. Okay, so this is where the weird stuff happens. So, Wario, Jimmy T, Princess Daisy, Toadsworth, Bowser Jr., Koopa, Kammy Koopa, Professor Egad, King Boo, Paper Mario, Diddy and Dixie, Cranky, King K. Rool, Baby Mario, Pichu, Greninja, Cinderace, Decidueye, Machamp, Jigglypuff, Zelda, Sheik, Ravio, Vati, any of the champions, Meta Knight, Magolor, Bandana D, Ridley, Sylex, Ravenbeak, Ike, Robin and Chrom together, Bile and Edelgard together, Louie, Ochi, Isabel, Mio, Shulk, Rex, Falco, Slippy, Starwolf, Black Shadow, Rob, Little Mac, the Chorus Kids, Mies, and Mr. Game & Watch. Why are Diddy and Dixie together? Because they work really well together. Same reason that Robin and Crom and Biles and Edelgard are. And Slippy and Peppy. I find the aversion to me like, no, we can't have two characters together. That's just silly. Giving characters people to bounce off of is a great way of showcasing more of the personality. They really just benefit from doing so. Another right there has even had third-party crossovers. Can you imagine what else they do with Sonic, Ryu, Terry, Snake, Bandicoot? just sort and crash to Bandicoot. Okay, gameplay things. All core techniques would be the same. Only tilt inputs would be hard because of the 3D nature of the game. So instead, I would suggest context-sensitive moves would adjust depending on where you attack your opponent from. Aerials would be much the same. There's also the potential of adding a heavy attack option so you can adjust which attacks are snappy and which ones have more emphasis. That's interesting. So maybe instead of... Sorry, I'm just trying to think of how that would work. So instead of, like, forward tilts, forward smash, you might change things up to be more like, okay, where is the opponent in relationship to you? Because I could absolutely see this being a huge issue of trying to figure out, okay, how do you do a tilt attack in a 3D space? You just kind of can't. But if you make it more positionally based, if you're trying to get underneath an opponent to use the, like a below smash attack, rather, or an above smash attack, that actually sounds really interesting. I like the idea behind that. That's still accessible, is the thing. I know most people won't get this, but Deeks was pointing out the Pandemonium stage in Dissidia, which is just a lot of really tight corridors that the Emperor, the villain of Final Fantasy II, he's a huge trapper character, so he can really use it to his advantage to just completely block off areas of approach. Doing that with Snake would be horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. You would summon your Smash Brothers during battle using a select button of some variety, not sure which one. They would be capable of unleashing at least a couple of attacks each with the ability to step into the middle of combos to break them up. Add to your own combos to cover lack of projectiles, offer stronger shielding maneuvers, and more. Final Smashes would... I'm slurring my words a lot, I'm sorry. Final Smashes will be part of the gameplay too. The core character has the Final Smash, not the brothers. There can be context-sensitive animations for certain pair-ups though. This is what I really want from Smash's future. Give me this stuff right here. Let me see these characters showcase what they feel about each other. You'd acquire it either via Smash Ball or via meter, and ideally they balance the system to a degree that the function will be encouraged in a competitive environment. Tethering Dixie and Diddy together in Smash is essentially the same as tethering Link and Zelda together. No! I'm up for a debate of why it's bad, but that is a terrible comparison. Yes, the protagonist of every single game in the series, alongside the characters that are constantly showcased in a tag team format, that is not comparable. You're absolutely wrong. I'll let Pierre handle that. You're fine to think that, but you're wrong. Not for the viewpoint, you just need a better metaphor. Anyway, story. Weaving the story and gameplay together, the story could follow the coming-of-age story of the original child who played with her action figures of the original roster back in Smash 64. Master Hand is now the hand of a professional game designer, working an office job as they struggle to find themselves. This would mostly be implied, of course, but the hands decided to set up loose 3D models in a space and design a computer, Rob, to operate overnight and keep the dream alive, running continuous simulations of the fights from the old Smash days. And then... Andross catches attention. Let's face the facts, Sakurai and Nintendo have been using this series for a while to keep both Star Fox and F-Zero alive. despite any potential reboots that have fallen through. This is the chance to get both rosters of characters involved. I was not expecting Star Fox-centric Smash Brothers plots, but I'm kind of digging it. Andros, converted into a computer virus from ages of neglect, seizes control of Rob and begins to distort the realm of Smash Brothers, converting every single character into a singular art style akin to the Star Fox animated shorts. The end result is, while everyone looks like they were designed for the same game, they also glitch out a bit when they go for strong attacks, unleashing small glimpses into some incredibly intense expressions and numerous other art styles. That's fun! Oh! This is a really fun way of having a theme without really losing what the characters are. Oh, I like that a lot. Because it's giving a reason to bring the crossover together, but it still respects where the characters come from. Just, oh, I like this. I like this so much. Now, going across the multiverse of Smash, unlocking more stages in Smash Brothers as you go, you need to free as many characters from Andros' clusters as possible before taking the fight straight to him. We're talking not necessarily voice dialogue, cutscenes, the works. And James, and Andros is a pretty great way of making a character like a villain to have constant dialogue with. GRC is heading up. Farewell, GRC. You contributed immensely to this series, and I appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. And James McLeod can even make an appearance at the end, just like the Star Fox games. And I've run out of ideas. Don't worry about running ideas out for this. This little bit right here, this just makes the mind go crazy with how cool this could be. Because you have a solid narrator, a solid antagonist that can constantly bounce off of the other characters, while also giving it just a singular, like, direction to go. By theming it into a Star Fox context, you allow your characters to be like, okay, how do these characters work if they're kind of brought into this sort of story format, which gives a very clear direction, a very clear design goal. It makes it easier to write the characters around it because you have something to foil them, to, like, ground them to it. Oh, that's so good. That is so good. Smashers, I think you're coming from a fundamentally flawed viewpoint of this, as you've decided there's only one way that sort of tag team format can go. That there has to be a protagonist and a supporting character. But that's just not true. Like, there's so many different ways you can do something like that. I can't agree with what you're putting down. I'm sorry to be as dismissive, but it's just... Yeah, like Pierce says, you can make Nana the Ice Climber. You just have to take a few steps back from what the definition of a tag team fighter to be. But anyway, I still think the roster is a little safe. Not necessarily a bad thing, it just, just feels safe. I feel like specifically by taking the theming of going into a Star Fox game, I feel like there's a couple of characters that would fit really well in this format. I know I kind of half-joked about making Incineroar a Star Fox pilot in the initial Roundtable relay, but you could actually make Incineroar a Star Fox pilot here, and that would be really, really funny. But just characters like the Mach Rider, for example. This would be a very easy avenue to expand more on that character. Or maybe like a couple of spacefaring Pokemon. I don't know. I feel like there's a little more room to go with in terms of like customizing the roster that will actually like bounce off of this theme really well, but I still think it's a super solid pitch. I also do love the idea of a Dissidia-based Smash Brothers. Like, I don't think you could do it exactly in that way, but with like maybe smaller environments with a bit more verticality to them. Like, you could do some fun stuff with that. But yeah, fun idea. Thank you, Fossilized Nerd. I enjoyed that immensely. Okay. It's this one. this over. Alrighty. Chasmic is gone. Oh man, you missed some fantastic submissions. I'd highly recommend going back to hear the narration for GRCs. Because that's just good creative feedback for anybody. Okay. Who? The HolyCinderBlock. Dash. I've seen Resurgence brought up a lot. We'll grab Resurgence, because we're actually right on top of it. Because this looks interesting. Because it's one of those submissions where we got multiple people working on it, and those always turn up and just turn out, rather, in various creative ways. Let's move music over. Okay. Now, we'll get to you, HolyCinderBlock. I've just been noticing that people wanting to see Resurgence have been put in for a while. We'll get to everybody eventually. But I'm trying to get people that have been asking for a bit. Like, this is very loosey-goosey. I'm already spending too much time on this. I don't want to get bogged down in it that way. Where is the actual link? Oh, click on the image to view the actual document. Alright. So, for clarification, this is made by Potato, Lukac, MazinZX, and Awesome Possum. Oh, and along with Rappa/Hayadash. So, let's do this. Oh dear. Hang on. This is fine. Different formatting of documents does mean I have to move things around a little bit. There we go. Okay. Hello, my fellow knights of the Roundtable Relay, or as Potatoes likes to say it, hiya paya. So let's talk about Super Smash Bros. For the past 25 years, the series has been a joy to see grow, and grow into what it is now. Started as a Nintendo All-Star platform fighter, is the video game concept, where you get to have characters like Mario fight someone like Steve. When it comes to this series in particular, and the idea of rebooting this series, most of us here could have agreed more with the idea that most reboot concepts focus on the roster, which is just kinda bleh. No offense to any one of the content creators, as we get why that would they do that, since Smash has grown to have a gigantic roster. It also, from a content creator side of things, it's really good for engagement. Music's a bit loud? Yep, can do. Turning it down a little bit. No problemo. Hey. No one has really focused on the 10% of Smash that's being left to the side ever since more potential characters were being talked about. So much like our fellow brethren and sisterin of the Roundtable Relay, it seems like about right that some of us should go ahead and throw our hat into the ring in regards to taking a closer look at untapped potential of Smash that isn't being looked upon. So let's go. We've got Kirby, Mario, Spyro, and I have... Is that Link? I don't know who these two are. Alright. Part 1, Smash has a narrative? Before we get to the gameplay aspect, we should probably be best to look at all of its past installments and see what makes them so special. At least to us. It's actually something not a lot of people talk about, and that's the overall narrative of each game. Fellow YouTuber Talking Sock has actually... that's a great name. Has actually made an interesting point in this concept. The Smash Bros. Spin-off you didn't know you needed. In that regard, there being a possible narrative within all 5, or 6 if you count 3DS. Throughout the series, follows the scenario of a child who is likely the one in control of both Master Hand and Crazy Hand, playing with their toys. Melee expands the narrative with trophies. Yeah, I've seen this game theory. Just kind of growing... Sorry, the growing kid going through his life and slowly playing with his toys in different ways. Goes from trophies to brawl. taboo being the personification of the cultural don't play with your toys anymore when you're over a certain demographic. Yeah, I haven't heard of this theory with regards to Smash 4 or Ultimate, though. Crazy orders, custom moves, Smash Run, Smash Tour shows that the child's beginning to mature in a way that it wants to integrate these new ideas into an excessive degree. And then Ultimate, World of Light, focuses on a more spiritual motif, invoking ideas of a potential finality. We see Gleam and Darkon being the source of Master Hand and Crazy Hands, Light and Dark, neither of them possessing any tiding more favorable to the cast. Thus, in the end of Adventure Mode, it preserves the spirit of the game. Okay. I'll dig it. What does it all have to do with this concept? Well, to keep the narrative going with each Smash game, this game's narrative is bringing new life to what once was old. On paper, it seems simple, but when you think about that, it makes a ton of sense being the narrative to this game. Studies have shown that the mind of an imaginative child can create entire universes and characters with just a spark of creativity. You can make the simplest things like a cardboard box and use it to make a military base out of it. So we've known that we're targeting in this case. It's time to open the toy box. I've seen a lot of toy box language throughout all of these. And I'm kind of excited because it feels like there's a lot of people embracing the idea of just doubling down on these characters being toys. And I think that's a fun direction to take the series. Oh, I'm bouncing off of Sakurai always having figurines to make the characters out of. It's just making those figurines into the actual character. That's actually really cute. I love that. Alright. Colorful vibe, bring emphasis to the fact that children playing with toys. Okay, okay. Unreal Engine 5. Ooh. Has Nintendo done anything with Unreal Engine 5? I legitimately don't know. Open-ended question to the audience. Does anybody have any information like that? That would be awesome to see. I'd love to see an upgraded Smash game like that. Art style established. What's the lore reasoning for this game taking a colorful toy-like style and how it fits with turning... Oh, god damn it. Thank you. Forgot the link. Oop. Only done Unreal 4. Okay. So the art style established, what's the lore reasoning for this game taking a colorful toy-like style and how it fits? Perhaps the child, with the help of their parents, will refurbish and be just like it's a minted new toy. However, due to, let's say a crazy incident, a battery slot was glued onto part of the figurines. Instead of removing it, it actually gave the child a bold yet fun idea. Okay, we're attaching batteries to the toys. Okay. Let's see how this evolves. Most of us who are submitting for this relay don't have a problem with Ultimate's gameplay, but honestly, it isn't the best. So the hypothetical game, we need to try and rectify these issues, perhaps make this reboot the most fleshed out iteration of the Smash platform fighter formula, and be something that both casual and competitive players can appreciate in this case. Farewell, Fossilized Nerd, thank you for your submission. It was a delightful little exploration. I still can't get over, like, okay, who's the protagonist? Fox. And how that kind of fits hilariously well. That's just great. Turn of mechanics like wave dashing and perfect picks. Rage is gone. Who will not be missed. It wasn't that bad. Like, it could have been a bit better implemented, but it's not that terrible. Introducing a Surge meter. Universal meter system which drives to a new type of momentum called a Freyer Smash. Pressing both the ZL and ZR. Equivalent of the Gatling cancels from Guilty Gear. Meter is filled either by... So we got a meter system here. Okay, okay. Some fighters are able to tap into something called Overcharge Mode, which are character-specific mechanics that come with the cost of having a cooldown before you can fill it up and use once again. Okay. It's likely you can have two kinds of overcharge states depending on... So we got, like, character kind of installs, transformations sort of deal. Third purpose of your surge meter is that it's actually the source of your shield. In this case, it allows players to use your heavy shield. We have light and heavy shields. Okay. Light shields only are only able to block from the front, like Framemakers. Meanwhile, heavy shields covered in the whole hurt box. This comes at the cost of your surge meter, with said meter gradually draining and going down faster if your opponent hit your shield, running out of your surge meter while heavy shielding resulting in a shield break. Okay. The surge meter is why every character has better slots on their body narrative-wise. Which brings me to one more purpose of the surge meter, and this is for the more casual players who enjoy having items on. We have a new item called Sources. When being attained by fighters, they would swap their battery for a completely different type of one that would give an effect upon your Flare Smash. Oh! Interesting. So we're getting into some kind of... I can't remember what they're called. But like how Arceus has different plates that are attached to different elements, or Genesect with the different discs. We are having batteries that can give Smash players various effects on their moves to kind of swap out how they can be used with each other. That's interesting. Now it's time for the moment you've been waiting for, everyone's favorite part when it comes to rebooting. It's the roster! But we're not going to do that, because we're not going to conceptualize a base roster, nor stage selection for Resurgence. In fact, we want to leave that up to you and the people watching this to use your imagination to create a possible roster. But considering the fact that we're deep into this concept, we'll show you a few fighters that we decisively handpicked and how they interact with aforementioned mechanics. We got Kirby, because Kirby has to be in Smash Brothers. I feel like that is definitive, okay, this is one of those characters that needs to be there. And ooh! That kind of perfectly meshes with the whole Source thing. Because you're going to have a little battery elemental thingamabobber. I mean, who better to show that off than Kirby? We don't need to do a history on Kirby, because everybody knows who Kirby is. He gets the ability scroll from Squeak Squad for some of his moves. Okay, that's a new one. I haven't heard of that before. We got Mega Man. Fits fairly well for this. Again, what better way to show off this kind of, it's like sort of weird custom elements than the character that's constantly changing. You also have Spyro. Gonna be honest, never played a Spyro game. Don't know enough about him to give feedback one way or the other. And we have... What? Huh! That's new. I know, Pierre, but, like... If I'm going to play one of them, I'm going to do the Crash game, though. Because that was really fun. If I have to play Spyro, I'm going to feel tempted to play all three, and that's just so much time. Oh, this was the fifth character in the background. Oh, okay, okay. I've never heard of this person before. 4 fighters, rest of characters. Side modes. This is the important stuff. We got Versus Smash. We got Coin Battle coming back. King of the... Yes! King of the Stage, please! How is this not a thing in Smash Brothers? It's all about positioning and stage control and all that. Have a specific area of the stage you need to control. Like a Battlefront capture point. It'd work so well. Such a no-brainer design. But no, we can't have that. It's too hard. It's too much. I like the more specific custom stage toggles. That's something I wish was in the base game. Whoa. Oh. Don't know why that happened. Not to deal with specific hazards. We're going to change from a bit from Ultimate, going for rules and characters. We got Tourney, Smash Dungeon. Smash Run, the one exclusive mode for Smash 3DS, felt like a pretty decent alternative to having an adventure mode in this case, where you or 4 players will be dropped into a huge stage. Yeah, we know what Smash Run is. Unfortunately, this is the only appearance of this mode. I'm seeing Dungeons and Dragons. You're speaking to me. Toy franchise that were inspired to make the successor of sorts. Okay. We don't want this to make it toy-themed, but rather make these toys beyond their usual play space. Hence why Smash Dungeon isn't just a D&D themed mode, but it's one that takes place within the basement of this children's house. You see, basements can be scary places to visit alone, in the dark or even in the daylight, and yet basements can also be used as imaginative places. Think of it as a cave, an underground base, a mysterious dungeon. Plus imagine that the corridor challenges take place in something like, I don't know, a washing machine. But is that all we can do? Just retheme Smash Run into a D&D basement setting and call it a day? No. In fact, we're going to just getting started with this reimagining. And for this next change, we're going all in on the idea of making a dungeon-themed Smash Run by making it a randomly generated map. So here's the pitch. After up to 4 players choose their fighter, you'll be taken to a screen where each player would take turns in picking 2 cards, with the last 2 being decided in 2 dedicated polls between the 4 players. Once the 10 cards are picked, they'll be used to generate a section of the map. Though optionally, if you play this mode 5 times, you can unlock a randomized option where they'll generate the map for you. Interesting. So what I'm picturing here is kind of... how do I even explain this? Like, I'm picturing these cards in the matter of, okay, here is a Donkey Kong-based kind of minecart track. And it's just this kind of flat, just 2D long stretch of land. And then there's another card with, say, I don't know, the entry spot for the Temple of Time. Just a very small, like, stable hub world kind of thing. And kind of like the Link's Awakening, like, dungeon creator thing, all these cards will just kind of be awkwardly smashed together to create kind of a D&D dungeon. Like, kind of a build-your-own Smash Run battleground. Which does sound kind of sick, though. Like, imagine, like, the music kind of slowly changing as you go from one area to another. You'd have special encounters based on each one. This does sound pretty cool. Basically being updated Smash Run with some new enemies, some brand new quarter challenges, and a couple other stuff. And you can finally interact with players, which is how it should have been from the start, but Nintendo's online is the worst. Online around the world, because that's the requirement. Duh. Specialist challenges can either be free-for-all or a 2v2 battle. Overall, Smash Dungeon serves as a well-deserved reimagining of this one-off mode, not only having a great inspiration for why it's being brought back, allowing players to get an infinite amount of possibility from the dungeon itself, and tweaks aspects and brings additions to make this version of Smash Run a well-rounded addition to the other side modes. This is awesome. This is one of the main things I wanted to look for in these roundtables. It's just, okay, who can come up with some really great side modes? And this is absolutely one of them. I love the idea behind this. Just kind of multi-franchise, slightly randomly generated maps that you can just infinitely explore over and over and over. That's so cool. Anyway, we got Special Smash. Please stop highlighting, that's hurting my eyes. Swan Stripes, they're gonna be Smashdown. This all in there. Custom Smash, that's what it is. Slots and Modify. Classic for Counter Chaos. I have no idea what either of those are. Oh! Okay. After 5 minutes or after a stock is taken, a wheel filled with custom Smash modifiers would spin and land on one of these. So kind of just, like, picture a spirit battle with all the various effects that will randomly pop in there, but it's just a constant sort of thing shifting from one aspect to another that affects everybody. That sounds fun. We got Squad Strike, because of course, it's fun. We got a somewhat assist-based format being added to the squad strike, where you can bring in one of your teammates to attack the opponent. Teammates KO, you give it a bit of search meter to use for a potential volt pass, or for your smash, or overcharge your heavy shield. Cool. Smash Get Ball just should be a thing. It's so funny. It's a fantastic concept. Why isn't it already a thing? You're already knocking people around. Just use them as the ball for a sports game. Give me Smash Brothers Kung Foot, where Kirby is the ball. It'd be perfect. We also have Deliver and Conquer. Hints. So it's a payload concept. Push or stop to the card in a battle to see who comes out on top. Interesting. That's, you know, ooh, hang on. This is actually a really funny, like, just concept to be considering. Like, having stages specifically designed for a certain kind of game mode, in this case being like a payload concept you'll see in Team Fortress 2 or Overwatch. That could be really fun, actually, in a platform fighter format. You have more aggressive fighters like Sonic trying to get behind them and push the payload a little bit. Zoners will be actually on it, trying to, like the engineers of Team Fortress 2. That could be really great! I like it! Got classic mode. Favors the 3DS interpretation of it. It was a very fun interpretation of it. Alright, likes Ultimate and 3DS both, so we're gonna split them into two separate modes, which I think is fair. They're different enough that they are, I'd argue they are worth it. We got All-Star mode. Can overcharge characters as you fight them, that's fun. Stadium, we got Smash the Targets. Bringing back the difficulty levels. Not quite as... Oh, okay. So you have difficulty levels, but then you have specific tailor-made stages if you complete all those difficulty levels. I hope it's not you have to complete each difficulty level with each individual character, because that gets frustrating. But still, one of those things I really wish they would bring back. Got Board the Platforms, another fun thing. Wish they'd bring it back. Race to the Finish. It is fine, but can be good. Oh, I remember this. Someone brought a Peasant's Perspective idea where the Race to the Finish was built around being at the center of a maze and having to escape it by trying to move in whatever direction works best for your character. So if you're Sonic, you try to run as quickly as possible. If you're like a Ganondorf, you try to break through destructible terrain to, like, brute force your way out. You got a stall and fall, you go straight down. That could be really, really fun. Got Home Run Derby, because of course. We got the Multi-Man, because of course. We got Boss... I love the idea of a true boss rush with, like, EX versions of Smash Brothers bosses. That actually sounds really, really fun. Just fun little design space of how a Smash Brothers boss works. It just doesn't really exist currently. That'd be sick. I'd love that. We got workshop stuff. What you'd expect. Mii Fighter, stage character, costumes, amiibo. Mixing and matching costumes would be fun. More character costume customization is another easy way that Smash Brothers could just be more interesting with relatively little work. Like, I think that's something they could potentially do with Ultimates. If you can just make the base mechanic work, you can just pretty much add what... Actually, the base mechanic already does work, because you have the Mii Fighters. Alright, online is a thing. Rollback netcode is adorable that people think that it would happen. Be able to play Smash Dungeon, but all the important things online. Okay. More shared content, vault stuff. split stuff up for the movies. Replays don't have to be transferred with each update. That's not really possible, but it's fine. I love randomly cycling shopkeepers in the Smash shop. That's adorable. Like, it's a small thing, but I would love that. And a little Dragon Ball Fighters area to walk around. Again, another small thing, but it's adorable. I'd love to have that. Costume customization. Again, I can't really say much here. Just like, okay, yeah, that's something that should exist. Please and thank you. Item shenanigans. Now, this is getting into very specific stuff. I think I'm just going to skim over this. Just more items. More trophies-ish. Which are apparently just puddle cap stuff? No, milk cans, sorry. That could be cute, though. Like using various artworks. Well, actually, that's literally just stickers, though, to be fair. Using battle, shock, and point pack. Oh, they're paw? Is that where that comes from? Huh. I learned a thing. Yeah, crazy tasks, kind of like the crazy orders and master orders. Neat. Alternative endings. And future content. Seasonal event for... I know that people get annoyed at this, but I really do think this is such an easy fit for Smash Brothers. Like, with how much it's constantly around in Nintendo's, like, Nintendo fans' brain space, it'd be so easy to just kind of implement things into the game as Nintendo was making new games. You could do so many fun little references and callbacks and marketing events. It'd be so good. It does risk getting old, though. I will fully admit that. Everyone give me 1 minute. Somebody's at the door. It's gonna mess with my green screen for a second, but just 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Now the question becomes, will the green screen survive? As I try to sit back down and get into place. Yeah, for the most part, we're fine. Alright. Alright, where were we? Yeah, DLC, a lot of things you can do. Closing statement, to play the last song on the playlist for this. Sure thing. Ah, that's fitting. It's the opening to Smash 64. That's the way it envisions for Super Smash Bros. Resurgence, a hypothetical reboot that takes the series back to its child playing with their toys aspect, but expands on it in a drastic way with the introduction of the Surge Meter, taking these toys outside of their usual play room with the new side modes and adding in a bit more. Oh, hang on. This is a remix of somebody else. I don't think I can use that. I don't mess with remixes made by other YouTubers. It's hard to know who copyrights their stuff and who doesn't, but I just don't want to deal with that. Let's grab this one. It's your imagination. That's what really matters in this new reboot. Also, shout out to BC, also, who apparently helped with this with the first Smash stuff. Scan this thing. Concept of this. Okay, a lot of stuff. I think the main focal points are, well, first off, the Smash Dungeon is phenomenal. Love the idea behind that. Kind of regardless of what direction Smash Bros. Takes, I would love to see something like this. More integral to the topic at hand was the gameplay mechanics. I like the idea of the battery sources thing. That's a really adorable concept. Just be like, okay, everyone's a toy. Toys have batteries, and batteries have just, which when you equip, they just have weird, different effects. It's an interesting way of being able to kind of semi-customize your character's like playstyle. Like if you could pick like a loadout of which battery you had equipped to you before you go into the match to maybe get even usable in competitive aspects, that'd be really cool. I do have concerns about the shielding right here, because this kind of gets into the whole accessibility thing. Where mixing up how the defensive mechanics works could get a little wonky. Like, to be perfectly honest, like, most casual players don't really understand how shielding works in general. But I think that's just something to keep in mind, to be present about. Do like universal meters. Like, meters are just something I want in Smash Bros. In general. I feel like there's so much unused design space there. And I love the toy theming. Like, the toy theming is just a fun way to approach what this series has been and what it could be moving forward. That's true, Chasm. Not describing how the inputs function does make it a little hard to picture. Like, what's the difference between a heavy shield and a light shield? How do you input that differently? I think if it was the heavy shield by default, because that still works like the basic Smash Bros. Shield, I think that would be fine. And if you're learning the game a little more, you can learn like, oh yeah, there's this light option as well. If you want to use this and be a little more finicky here, would be a bit easier. But overall, I think there's some great ideas here. I think the theme is fantastic. I think the side mode is one of the best side modes I've ever seen. I'd be curious to see what a more toy-focused roster would be like. And actually, I'm pretty sure there's several other people that have brought toy-centric like themes for what Smash Bros. Should be. So maybe we'll get an answer to that. I'd love to see it. But for now, I think this is a solid core concept. It's hard to get really sold on it without more characters and stages, which, you know, is part of the point of what we are brainstorming here. But I could see that becoming fully fleshed out in a way that does appeal to more of a mass market. At the very least, it's distinct, which is what you want for a reboot like this to be. You want it to have its own separate identity in case it doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, you can just scrap the identity and go back to what everybody loved. Like, if you try to be all DMC with your Capcom series and that doesn't work out, you can just go back to the Devil May Cry 5 and it's fine, don't worry about it. Pay no attention to the spin-off behind the corner. Problem with meters is because how they're described and how rigid it would, how hard it would be, how it would be hard to balance how much of a meter is used. Not necessarily. Fighting games do plenty with meter mechanics, and for the most part they function pretty well. I don't think that's too much of a worry. I see everybody saying Chibi Robo, like for that kind of mindset of, okay, here's the theme, what kind of characters best fit that theme? Like, Chibi Robo's the top of the list. That's such an obvious pull. I think Ray MK would also be a nice fit here. Rob, of course. And I'm sure there's more, but nothing's popping to mind at the moment. Oh, Gino, duh! Literally a toy. Yeah, Gino would absolutely work as well. Olimar, it would be really funny if Olimar was the only character that wasn't a toy. Like, you got all these toyified characters, and then it's just Olimar lost on an expedition, trying to bring the Pikmin around and figure out what the heck is going on. That would be so cute. But yeah, well done. I enjoyed that. I always love seeing group projects like that. You just get a lot more input when you have multiple people working towards the same project. Alright, move Resurgence to the second document. Here we go. Okay. I kinda blue-balled you last time, CinderBlock, so let's get you in next, because I felt a bit bad about that. Oh, was there music? Metroid music. Can do. Metroid music. Give me a playlist, YouTube, please and thank you. Yeah. Muchas gracias. Okay. What if the Smash Reboot took a futuristic theme? Well, I was unsure what you meant by the series taking a giant turn at first. When you talked about characters being reimagined in different themes, my mind went wild. This won't go too in-depth, we'll mostly focus on characters, with some getting a simple highlight and others entire concepts. Also, I don't talk about certain characters either because I couldn't think of something for them, or I forgot about them. Also won't go over any potential newcomers, I want to focus on simply translating the existing roster. Also, I'm being very broad with what I consider futuristic sci-fi. If you're associated with space, for example, you count as fitting in. Unchanged characters. These ones don't really change at all. We got Samus, Ridley, Fox, Falcon Wolf, Captain Falcon, Rob, Olimar, Moselina, Mega Man. We got the ones that change a bit. These are just lists. People can read. I'll just show you what we've got here. Slightly modified. So Kirby gets like mech or jet. Okay. He gets masked the whole time. Mii Fighters get more technological. Mario gets more Mario Strikers-esque without the soccer stuff. Luigi, kind of the same deal, but with more of a focus on e-gadget technology. This is where like the theme stuff becomes really fun. You just start to ask questions like, okay, how do the Mario Brothers change if they're in a sci-fi setting? There's just interesting stuff you can do with that. Also, I'm going to remember the link for once. Would you look at that? The future is now. Yeah, Bowser as a straight-up Mecha Bowser. Yeah. You do that with a lot of the more animalistic characters, actually. Like, you easily do a Mecha Donkey Kong. I was about to say Mecha Ridley, but that's literally already a thing. Mecha K. Rool, another easy one. Really, technically you could roboticize just about any character if you really, really wanted to. Oh, you know what could be fun? For Pokemon, you can just straight up make up your own Paradox versions of Pokemon for this kind of concept. Like, it doesn't matter if the Pokemon games themselves don't have a Paradox Charizard yet. Just do it yourself. That'd be really neat. Kirby gets Robot? That'd be neat. That's another way you can approach reboot concepts like this. Just double down on a single character's interpretation, and just go, yeah, this one, this is what this character is. We're going to get the most out of this specific interpretation. And then for the next game, just choose a completely different one. Don't know if that works in the long term, but it's definitely a way to shake things up a little bit. We got Cyborg Link. Alright. Little Mac is a robot cyborg Little Mac. What's that? Oh, what's the Hugh Jackman movie where he's like training a robot boxer, and he's also got a kid, and it's like a father-son bonding kind of experience. That's what I'm picturing for Little Mac. Laser swords for the Fire Emblem characters. Zelda gets drones. Real Steel, thank you. That's the name of it. Yeah, just Real Steel Little Mac. Special cases, Pokemon. We could give like futuristic forms. Oh, Deoxys would work really well for this. Absolutely. Maybe favoring Tails, Eggman, or Shadow for a Sonic character. Magic users could have interesting translations by actually turning their magic into technology. Could be cool. And also Risk of Rain. Sure. And, oh, that's it. Nice, short, and sweet. You'll love to see those. So I think... I do love the idea of taking like a specific theme and translating all the characters into it. I do think I'd want to commit a little harder, especially for characters like Rosalia and Luma, because yes, they already do fit in a sci-fi setting, but you could always go a little further. Sorry, I'm kind of just lost in thought right now. I want to see what Anna looks like as a self-checkout machine. But yeah, like, that's how far you... Oh my goodness. Let me grab some water real quick. Really just, like, swallowed my own words. Ugh. But that's kind of what I want from themed ideas like this. Being like, okay, how far can you push a theme with these characters? I've always kind of enjoyed how, well, maybe enjoyed's a strong word, but League of Legends has a lot of fun with, like, different character worlds in that way. Like, you got all the, like, Star Guardian stuff and the... I don't remember the name of it, but, like, the space piratey kind of deal. I do think it is fun at taking characters and kind of asking, okay, but how would this character function if they were cast as a role in a different setting, if that makes any sense. I just think it's an interesting thought process. I don't know if it'd be good enough to work on a large-scale project like Smash, but I still think it is interesting. Doesn't Hot Sauce... Yeah, they'll do something like that. You'll have, like, Arthas if he was infested by the Zerg, or, like, Artanis as a Draenei. Kind of almost multiverses-esque. Of, like, okay, what would this character be like if they were in this setting instead? Oh my god, King K. Rool, but he's John Silver from Treasure Planet. That's exactly, that's what I'm looking for. That's what a really solid thing can really do for you. Just being like, okay, how can this character fit into this format? Because pretty much everybody can if you're willing to be creative enough. You just gotta find an angle to approach from. Still, this is one of the more fun ones I love to imagine about. The bulging eye could be the cyborg eye too. That's so good, though. For anybody who isn't aware, Treasure Planet, Johnny. Picture this dude right here as King K. Rool. It'd work so well. It'd work so well. That's perfect. Yeah, Pit, but he has cybernetic wings. That works perfectly. Just gotta figure out, okay, how cybernetic are they? Do they have, like, more futuristic roles? Make Link more of a Jedi than a knight? There's things to do. There's things to do. And his robot armor morphs into the blunderbuss. You get it! You see the vision! Yeah, a lot of fun things you can do with themes like this. Thanks for bringing it. I appreciate it immensely. Alright, moving on from HolyCinderBlock's idea. Let's move this over to the covered submissions document. And I keep seeing people bring up BC's concepts. Like, we're actually getting a level of votes for this, so which means we clearly have to cover it. Let's see what's going on with BC. If I remember correctly, this was actually the first... It was, because BC's a madman. First one that actually got added to the docket. So I'm glad we're getting to it on this first stream. How long have we been going for? 2.5 hours? Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. How long are we planning to go for? I think I'll probably cut it off at like the 3 or 4 hour mark. Depending on how I'm feeling, I might stream XCOM afterwards, just because I really want to. But I don't want these, like, reading ideas streams to go too long, because I do start to lose steam, and I want each idea to be covered at a level where I'm still mentally present enough to give constructive feedback. Because there's been certain Peasants Perspective streams where I'm just dead. Okay. So, I made no secret that my general dislike towards 90% of Smash Reboot concepts is they often feel like cut the roster challenges and yeah, right! But seriously though, you like, be okay, cut 30 characters and add 10 more. And it's just like, I get the appeal. It's kind of the same appeal of, like tier list videos. Being like, okay, how do we prioritize these characters and who do we cut off the bottom line? That's fun. It's fun content. Not a reboot. Not the same thing. Oftentimes, new game mechanics are presented are so microscopically different, and the veteran reworks are so dismally designed, it's caused me to develop strong feelings towards rosters which carry the moniker of Reboot. However, there have also been some Reboot rosters which cause me to question their generalization. For the most part, that 10% of reboots I enjoy are ones which focus on what actually makes the game new and different mechanics-wise. If the point is to reinvent Smash's core, then the crazier the better. So here's BC's take. You ever played Capcom vs. SNK? I have not personally, but I'm interested to find out how it works. Really good game, highly recommend. Anyway, there's a special feature from CVS called the Groove system. When you choose a character, you choose a Capcom groove or an SNK groove. This basically lets you have two separate mechanics in the game, a fighting system that resembles Street Fighter, and one that resembles King of Fighters. Interesting. You can mix and match grooves with characters, which means you can make it so you play as a Street Fighter character as a king. Ooh! So taking the characters from both games and making it so you can play as them as if they were in the other games. I'm going to propose putting a system very similar to this in Smash Bros. However, Smash Bros. Has a lot more franchises than just Capcom and SNK. I still want to go through with giving every single franchise represented in the game its own groove. Okay. That's ambitious as fuck. I love it. Let's go. This means that every single character in the game would have a variation to them which depends on what groove from which series. Fundamentally, this game will still play the same, with the basic normal smash attacks, blah blah blah, but there will be variations in the physics depending on which groove you use. In addition, playing with different grooves gives your moveset alternate. Also, hold on a second. We're still got the Metroid mood music going. Let's grab. There's no deter music. So let's grab Smash remixes. There we go. Okay. Grants them access to new costume variations with them dress up as other characters. Yes! Oh, give me costumes of characters based on if they were in other franchises. That's such a fun concept. To display the way the system works, here's an example. Let's look at Link. Let's indeed. Whose default costume is now based on his incarnation from Tears of the Kingdom. Let's give him the Mario groove. While using this groove, Smash Bros. Plays even more like a platformer. The jumps are bouncier and the air physics are tighter. Aerials will still slightly stall your aerial momentum, and grounded attacks have more upwards knockback than they usually have. In addition, Link gets access to a new alternate costume where he dresses up like Luigi. That's adorable. He's got this. I love the derpy little Mario Pikachu in the background. The Mario Groove actually also adds new features to Link's actual moveset. This can range from tweaking features of them, to slightly altering animations, to adding new mechanics to them, to flat out changing attacks in some instances. For example, since this is Link, based on Tears of the Kingdom, that means he can fuse things. When equipped with the Mario Groove, his neutral special, which is still the bow and arrow, causes him to fuse a fire flower to the arrow and make it function like young Link's old neutral special. Link's down special also lets him choose between different magical rods, granting him access to Fire Rod, Ice Rod, or Sand Rod, which all have various attacks. However, Link is granted access to a fourth rod depending on his groove, in this case letting him use the Star Rod from Paper Mario. So this special has 3 constant options, and one which will vary depending on your groove choice. This system allows for a lot more customizability depending on the fighter, the ability to mix and match physics systems across the roster so the game has something for everyone, and allows for more crossover shenanigans the game is sorely lacking. Like, this is something that that hasn't really been covered yet. The ability for characters to cross over into other franchises and use things from there is really only covered in items, which is cool. But doing stuff like this, giving characters options that would make sense for them to use from other, like, franchises, like, give Samus, like, a Pikachu summon or something, because they constantly work together in the Subspace Emissary. Or just give, like, I don't know, Ridley some Pokemon moves that work really well for him. Like, Dragon Range is perfect for Ridley. There's a lot you could do with this. And since there is an additional groove for every single series, that means every fighter has a ton of added depth, and every new character added not only gives you something to experiment with for a little bit, but an entirely new way to play the entire roster. This goes hand in hand with some other features, which we'll get to later. Obviously, I can't list every possible combination of fighter and groove, especially since we haven't even gotten to the roster yet. Besides the groove system, there's one additional feature, which will mix up gameplay of Smash Bros. This is the addition of a proper super meter. Yes, speaking my language. Every character now has a universal super meter next to their damage icon, in addition to whatever personal meters their characters may have. This super meter gradually increases by landing attacks and decreases by playing too passively. Running away and dealing chip damage will result in the meter recognizing it and then decreasing on its own. This meter can be expanded for 3 possible actions. Note grabs the movement out of the ZL and shields if it moves to ZR. This leaves the L and R buttons for additional inputs. L calls in unassist. We're just getting like a nice, just greatest hits from all the other concepts here. Assist system. When you choose your character, you can not only choose your groove, but also your assist. Character will jump in, do an action, and then leave. So very much how it works in Frame Makers. Probably why that's the picture showing it. Summons do not interfere with your own attack animations, letting you summon them while you're in the middle of comboing someone. Just a fun little extra thing to throw on. This is honestly something I think that you could put into, like, Ultimate proper. Like, this could be in an Ultimate Deluxe. If you want to add something substantial to make the game more interesting, assist is a good way to do this. Just this form of assists, specifically. Just as another input to let you do something else with your moves. For example, summoning in Samus has her show up, fire a few ice missiles forward, then leave, letting you have cover fire on attacks or potentially freeze people for follow-ups and lock people in place, if they're in the middle of a combo. But if you summon out Kirby, his summon is actually a command grab, which lets you react his old Brawl Final Smash. Put anyone he hits into a big cooking pot before launching them and giving food items. Summoning takes up half your meter. R button lets you manually cancel your attack, similar to Guilty Gear's roaming cancel system. This allows you to interrupt the lag of your own attack and return yourself to your default position with a push of a button, at the cost of 1/4 of your meter. This can be used as a panic option, allowing you to correct any mistakes about to put you into disadvantage, or offensively to allow for follow-ups not possible otherwise. Chasmic says, I think choosing grooves is fine, but adding a third option on character select might be too much. I think assists are fine, because that's just a very much one and done. Just pick this for this move, and that's it. I think tacking the rest of this on, like the Roman cancel, this might be getting a bit too complicated, but we'll see how the rest of it shapes up. Charging Mirror allows you to perform your Final Smash. Final Smashes have been universally toned down in this game, acting like traditional fighting game supers. While you may consider this a lame change which ruins the fun, considering I want big flashy super moves to be part of normal gameplay, and the fact that Final Smashes are currently the lamest way to kill someone, I think this is a fair compromise. Their activation can be configured in settings. You can either make it so as in current Smash. Once you have activated the Final Smash, you can press neutral B to activate it, or you can make it so pressing L and R at the same time will activate it. Smash Balls are still in the game, because, sure, I'll read this and think it's pulling things from fighting games, that this is making Smash the pander to its competitive side and ignoring the goldmine of a party game that it is. And to that, I say that's short-sighted. While the gameplay has been made more complex, there's also a number of elements added in that could benefit casual play too. Summons, for example, can benefit both high-level and a party atmosphere, as well as a more prominent Final Smash system. The Grooves system allows you to tweak the gameplay to anything you see fit, letting casual players pick what they feel most comfortable with, while getting to witness some fun crossover mania. Now, Melee and Brawl lovers can agree on which game to play because variations in physics let you play the game you want to play on an individual basis. That would be so hard to balance, but I love the mental image I have of this. Roster. Alright. Mario, Luigi. No Bowser, but Bowser Jr. Okay. We got Peach, Lakitu, sure. Donkey Kong, Diddy and Dixie, Link, Zelda, Ganondorf, Pikachu, Gengars, yeah! Gengar fans represent! Gengar be so good in Smash. Lucario, interesting, sure. Kyurem. What happens when Kyurem equips the Mario Groove? I genuinely want to know what happens when Kyurem equips the Mario Groove. How do you logic that? We got Samus and Ridley. We got Kirby and Dedede. We got Star Fox. We got Marth. We got Anna. We got... Hang on. Oh, Engage per... Right. Toothpaste hair. I remember. I made sure. We got Pit, we got Tom Nook, we got Inkling, we got Rex and Pyra. I'm gonna Google something else real quick. Is this what you're referring to? I don't... I have no idea what this is. But okay, that's honestly interesting from a roster standpoint. It's always good when you see a few characters that you're just scratching your head as to what even is that. sadly can't explain every single one of these, except that's actually a lie. I'm going to explain every single one of these. Quick pitches! Similar to current Smash Incarnation, down specialists and collect power-ups. Luigi's Mansion. Junior modifications to his clown car. Similar to how Luigi makes modifications to the Poltergust. He chooses a few more magical abilities. Lakitu. Oh, Lakitu is a summoner. That's funny. I kind of like that. Zelda. What? Give me some of the weird ones. Kyurem. Probably the most complicated character on the roster. You know how I confused either Reshiram or Zekrom? Imagine using... Oh, shit! Oh, that's great, though! Oh! That's picking characters to mesh with the theme you have chosen. That is the perfect example of how best to do that. Because what if Kyurem fused with Kraid, or with Goma, or the dinosaur skeleton from Animal Crossing? Oh, that's so good, though. That is a 12 out of 10 idea right there. God, I love being sold so heavily, so simply on an idea like that. That's great. DDD, Kirby, Star Fox, Marth, Shopkeeper. Oh, having Anna change the items she sells based on the groove she has. That's another fun one. There's something here's from the past. Seems pretty self-explanatory. Okay, I'll accept it for how this theme works. That does actually mesh pretty well. Pick its different things based on the groove. Tall Nook, Inkling, Pyra. Okay, so it was the weird game builder garage stuff. Altering the code of the game itself, making the game alter towards whichever groove you've chosen. It's fascinating. Falcon Punch has been... Mario Groove has the Falcon Punch given a blue shell effect and deals even more damage to people currently in first place. That's hysterical. I love that. The future. So we have a starting roster of 28 characters, just a smidge more than the original roster of Melee, which also had clones. Scaling back is justified an amount of how much work would have to be put into each fighter, but I can see this being disappointing for some, especially since third parties, a staple of Smash's identity, are now gone. The thing is, like, this is absolutely a good thing for the future of Smash Brothers, though. Because third-party characters absolutely gunk up the design process. If you want to properly reboot the game and actually make some interesting changes and directions, you can't be constantly calling Nomura or the Sega developers or anybody else being like, oh, is it okay if Cloud does this thing? What if we change this aspect? That just becomes... It just compiles upon itself for so much legal red tape. It's not worth having them around, at least for the start of a Smash Bros. Reboot. I definitely judge reboots based on how many... Well, not even how many, if they have third parties or not, because third-party characters are a massive barrier for entry for any kind of update you want to do to the game. That's where updates come in. Free updates to add back in stages and characters that were lost, as well as newcomers. This is a bit different from other live service Smash concepts I've seen, because these updates are themed. Like how Minecraft updates have consistent theme of the aspects they're updating, or Fortnite seasons have had themes before they started just adding whatever they wanted. For example, here's a potential update that can be added to the game. Paint update, Ryu. Yes! People in this stream know how to press my buttons. This is the correct choice. But why Ryu for paints? Is it because of the more like spray paint-esque aesthetic of Street Fighter 6? I know it's his like the what's it called? His down B in Smash now has that like paint effect going along with it. Like I get it. Oh, that's why. It's because the groove he brings gives paint effects from Street Fighter 6. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, I'm following now. Themed updates allow for little chunks of content to be added and keep speculation hopefully more healthy than before. These themes would be revealed before the characters are, so this won't stop everyone. Ideally, people won't think their favorite character pick is constantly being robbed of a slot because they don't fit the theme. People constantly fuming at the lack of a certain Doomslayer won't have any excuses when the current theme is the Adorable update or something. You underestimate my ability to imagine Adorable and Isabel and Doomslayer interactions. And in my opinion, speculation is more fun where there's more restrictions. Multiverses isn't fun to speculate about because there's no limits. There can be anything and everything. Even Smash's speculation, which has had the hard restriction of video games only, and that children, has had speculation become tiring. Thinking of what direction they could go given a certain theme, as long as the choices aren't consistently obvious and curveballs are thrown, should hopefully tweak speculation to make it more interesting and healthy. Obviously, there's a lot of open questions here and logistics which would have to be sorted out, mainly full character movesets and groove interactions for one. Not every character has an obvious solution to everything. There would have to be some innovations made to both character and groove interactions to maintain the spirit of the home series when things are difficult to find. Animal Crossing would definitely cause a lot of problems. But there is no way I am writing up movesets for an entire platform faster. But you what? But it was so fun last time. Don't you want to do it again? Despite what I said at the beginning about disliking Smash Reboots, while I may not agree with a lot of the concepts themselves, I love looking at them and the ideas people have for them. Ever since my video, I've seen an insane influx of them. It's been wonderful to witness. That warms my heart. I hope to see more creativity in what this funny little fighting game can become. I hope y'all can imagine what your favorite character would look like when paired up with features of other franchises and what kind of insane mechanics they could provide the entire roster. With all that said, I think this reboot should have a name. Super Smash Bros. Fusion. Special thanks to Sage. Lovely. This, oh my gosh, like it's a small thing, but it ripples. It ripples in so many different directions. Like even you can forget the meter altogether. Even just the grooves, that's one hell of a way to give this reboot a distinct identity. To tell people, hey, all your favorite characters, now they're doing all the fun things that all the other characters can do. And that's just a creative cornucopia of ideas. Like, it just begs the question, like, what happens when Donkey Kong equips a Legend of Zelda groove? Like what happens? Open-ended question. Like, actually, I'm legitimately asking the chat, what happens? I want to know. Also, RetroBeetle, yeah, sure, I'll grab yours next, Retro. Just so you can be here when we cover it. Like, do we give him, like, items that fit him well? Oh, DK becomes a Goron is great! That's fantastic! Seen a lot of concepts spin off from Fusion coming up with grooves and character support specifically. That's wonderful to hear. I hope we see a few from Peasant's perspective. That'd be a lovely way to follow up on this. Yeah, you totally could do DK Goron. Maybe give him like a few moves so he pulls out the Goron sword as well. Like, it couldn't be anything too crazy. But even just simply having, okay, DK is way heavier now because he's a Goron. His dashing roll would, like, cover the whole stage and break shields at the same time. That'd be so good. This is a strong concept. It's got a laser-focused identity. It picks characters that fit that identity. And it just sparks creativity. I love it. Well done, BC. This is exactly what I was looking for when I made this concept. For, like, Roundtable relays. And I'm so happy that we're getting them there. Not to discredit any of the other ones that we've seen. Like, there's a lot of good ones here, but this guy marries everything I was looking for and presents a complete package of, like, okay, this reboot, grooves. We're all about the groove. Here's what we can do with grooves. And it just sells you on it. I love that. It's so cool. Well done indeed, BC. Let's move you over to the covered submissions. Alright, and then I said retro. We'll grab retros before they have to leave. Ooh! Oh, how do I... Hang on. How do I do this setup with a PowerPoint? I did not consider this possibility. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Let's shuffle this. And... okay. Okay. Ha ha ha. Maybe just like... well, we'll keep chat in the top right. I want to still be able to respond to things immediately if it comes up. What would my groove give? That's a... constant exhaustion. My groove makes it me a momentum-based fighter. I have to keep moving and doing attacks, because otherwise, if I recognize how tired I become, I just get stat debuffs until I eventually just fall asleep. That's my groove. There we go. Note to self, only slideshows for... You know what? If you design the slideshows to have somewhere to put a chat box, it's fine. And even then, I'm willing to work with this. This is fine. Let me ask you something. What was it about Subspace Emissary that made everyone like it so much? It wasn't the gameplay. That was basically just adventure mode with enemies that didn't come from other Nintendo games. No. What worked about Subspace was the fact that it allowed the characters to interact with each other more properly. It wasn't Smash's typical, what if Mario and Link got into a fight? It was now, what if Mario and Link had to work together to save the world? It's almost like we've been talking about this constantly. Also, what was this? Link gets the Forthright Duke staff and is a multi-hit staff attack before it puts people to sleep. That's hilarious. It's the kind of thing that Smash has been missing of late. Emphasis is put on individual characters and not what it means for said characters to be in the same game with each other. Think about it. Ultimate had one of the most terrifying monsters in all of gaming. A destroyer of worlds. In the same game as Sephiroth. Why can't we explore that interaction? Well, I think I can. And not just by creating Subspace Emissary to Electric Boogaloo. I think we can explore what it means for these characters to star in the same game together through the gameplay. There's no music in the video. Okay. Oh, this is loud. Can I grab the... This is adorable. Like, it's simple, but this is just cute. Look at that! That was adorable! I love that! Super Smash Bros. Blitz. And it is replayed the pitch! In Super Smash Bros. Blitz, players don't just choose one fighter at a time. They choose two to blend together and enter the battle with both? Okay. Think of games like Mario Kart Double Dash, where players create a duo of racers to team up in one kart and share attributes. The same concept is at play here. By picking two fighters, both fighters' movesets are mashed up to allow for more unique matchups. Interesting. That's certainly a pitch. As an example, let's say a player chooses both Mario and Link. I don't think it's tag team assists. I think this is customizable Ice Climber duos. At the start of the match, Mario is the lead, and most of the moveset will reflect his typical playstyle. However, using certain moves will call on Link to assist. Oh yeah, no, it's an assist. For the most part, you're still grounded easily, you understand Mario, but you have access to attacks with better range or different applications. At any point, you feel like you need a wider attack hitbox, just input a shield special and swap out. Now Link is the lead, with Mario supporting. Most of your moves reflect the more technical Link, but some now offer a better knockback and easy combo integration of Mario. Okay. Oh, that's so fun, though! Oh! Just the simple, okay, Mario and Link's got the fire rod, just do something together. That's great! Most notable is the way in which fighters' final smashes are affected. Every character has a different final smash depending on whom they're paired up with. And said final smash will have both characters team up for one powerful attack. Note, this final smash is the same regardless of who the lead is. Mario plus Link will always have the same final smash whether Mario uses it or Link does. Let's be clear. This isn't just a way to introduce custom specials. I want picking characters to be just as strategic as it is in Double Dash. If you pick Bowser and Kirby, Bowser's going to be much lighter than he would normally be, thanks to Kirby's lighter weight class. However, you'll get access to super strong attacks with the speedier Kirby. Oh, so does it, like, mesh their attributes as well? Oh! So it's actually a kind of fusion. Interesting. What I do want... Jane wants to know the roster of this. It's just the same as the old one! Of course, it's going to mean the roster will have to be small. You can't have 96 different fighters who each have a different final smash depending on who they're teamed up with. That just does not work. However, this also means that every addition to the roster means a lot more than before. Adding Mega Man doesn't just... Oh god, like... This is the good stuff. This is the good shit. Look at all this. You get the Mario Fire Shield, you get the Link Tornado, you get Kirby... I'm not quite sure what that is. This is the Black Hole Bomb? No, it's a Gravity Inhale. Maybe if I just read. It's okay, reading's not my strongest suit. I've only been doing it for the last several hours. Above is a rough draft of what Super Smash Bros. Blitz's veteran roster might look like. Emphasis is put on characters who have something interesting to offer their allies, rather than just bringing back Jigglypuff because tradition. Okay. Is this specifically the full... It specifies veteran roster. Okay, is there anybody behind the chat? Nope. Nobody's hiding behind the chat. Interesting. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 32 characters total. Each one having a combo with another character. Gosh, math. What's... Actually, can a calculator do this? Does basic calculator have the... Nope. I literally just relearned sums. It's a lot. That's a lot of things, but it's not the worst thing. Hang on. So 33. 32. If I remember how to math this properly, I'm pretty sure that's 528 combinations. Because each combo gets lower as you go through the roster. still, like, that's a colossal number, but it's, like, it's basically just 528 moves. Every single character has, like 30 or 40 on their own. That's, like, adding 12, 13 characters. That's not the worst thing in the world. Like, it's a lot, but it's doable. Until you also add in that there's also newcomers. Focusing on characters' interactions with each other also allows for updates to the ways in which characters are presented. For characters who don't feel quite right as far as showcasing their personalities go, Blitz will take the opportunity to make them feel more authentic. Good news, Pierre, Donkey Kong isn't going to be just a gorilla anymore. He's going to be a gorilla with a barrel. Final smashes. Now for some quick examples of what's in paired finals. Yes, please. People are just giving. No, I want to see all this stuff. We got Mario and Link, the Wizrobe finale. Mario tosses out a few fireballs, and Link gathers them up to launch them directly at the nearest foes. Donkey Kong plus Mario is Barrel Smash. Donkey Kong grabs the closest foe within range and stuffs them in a barrel while Mario runs a short distance away and pulls out a hammer. So he just plays golf with the... That's pretty great. I love that. You can hold different directions to tell Mario which way to swing the hammer. Mario and Samus is an ice missile barrage. Okay, and yet these aren't the craziest moves ever. You can like retool different abilities to make these work. Fires a set of ice missiles that opponents within range, which is powered up because Mario has imbued her with the ice missiles. Okay, this works. Mario plus Kirby is the Super Inhale. Mario tosses Kirby a super mushroom from him to eat, and afterwards, Kirby begins a Hypernova Inhale to pick up items. And and Mario just grabs the inhaling Kirby, just swings him around like a giant vacuum cleaner. That's actually amazing. I love that. That's so good. These are fantastic edits, by the way. Donkey Kong and King K. Rool's just bitter rivalry. King K. Rool jabs with a boxing glove, but accidentally hits Donkey Kong in the face. DK gets angry and drags K. Rool into cartoonish... Oh, so it's like the Prince Sable. I have no idea how to pronounce his name. But the Frog Who and the Bell Tolls game. Don't remember the title of the game either. But like just a constant moving cartoony cloud that just drags people into it as they go around fighting. That's pretty great. Oh yeah, like Taz's move Multiverse. It also works. Kirby plus Sonic is the Supersonic Wheel. Sonic powers up with the Chaos Emeralds and jumps on Kirby's back. Kirby then uses his wheel ability and the two dash around the stage at incredible speeds. Fun. Ness plus Mewtwo. Interesting combo. Mewtwo afflicts the Miracle Eye status on any foes within range, marking them. A few seconds later, Ness unleashes Psy Rockin', instantly dealing massive damage to anyone marked, but only anyone marked, and spiking them if they're airborne. Just a fun little psionic attack combo. Cool. That's just beautiful. That mental image of just the simultaneous Falcon Punch plus Shin Shoryuken. That's the good shit right there. It can start coalescing into a fiery electric phoenix as it explodes into them. Just, oh, you could do so many cool things with that. Oh, I was hoping it would keep going. Story mode! Dissonant Warrior. Augmenting each other's movesets won't be the only way that Blitz will have characters interact. In the new story adventure Dissonant Warrior, we'll once again get a glimpse of various characters working together to save the world. In Dissonant Warrior, players choose a team of heroes and fight through a piece of their storyline. Rather than swapping back and forth between groups of fighters for each mission, each group can be chosen whenever the player likes. You can spread out your experience across every team or focus on one team for several missions. Anyone got guesses as to what the silhouette is? It looks familiar, but I can't quite tell. I got nothing, but if anyone has guesses, I'd love to hear them. Yes! Oh, yes, this is the good shit. This is how you do storylines in a game like Smash Brothers. Just... Oh, okay. That's Koga. That's definitely Koga. But you don't have to, like, have fully voiced cutscenes or super in-depth stuff. You just need to have, like, little bits of dialogue, and that's enough. It's Koga because bananas! Oh, that just clicked! Oh, that's so good, though! That's amazing! That's a 10 out of 10. Heroes will talk to each other to plan out their next move. These sequences will not replace the classic style of cutscenes, which convey the story without words. Rather, they will supplement to them and be fully voiced. Looking forward to see how your favorite characters converse with each other. You don't get it? K. Rool always steals Donkey Kong's bananas, and the Yiga clan are obsessed with bananas. The connection is banana. Potassium, rather. Again, that's 528 iterations of dialogue you gotta write, but in terms of voice acting, that's also not the hardest thing. You just gotta hire a couple of writers to just be working on this throughout development. That's not as crazy as it sounds. That's Layton. I know that one. That's definitely Layton. And I know this one, but I love the Layton Link combo, because that's just, okay, both of them love solving puzzles. That's great. Oh, teams are predetermined. Oh, okay. Good. In that case, that's effortless to create. If you want to see what's going on in other parts of the map, you can use the Find menu to unlock new teams to check out. Each additional path will unlock automatically as you work your way through other teams' paths. We can speed up the process by spending Smash Coins, unlocked after clearing a mission. Beat certain requirements during the mission and you'll earn more. Honestly, that's a better way to do it. Having specific teams and just telling a story with them, you can actually, like, double down and figure out, okay, what will this story be? Okay, what is the Mario and Sonic adventure? And you can just have fun with that. This is Dr. Is that Dr. Coyle? I am loving this little silhouette game, though. This is fun. Nah, it's not Dr. Coyle. Hasn't got the little arm bands. Is the Xenoblade character? I recognize you. But I have no idea who you are. RetroBeetle's hint was robot. Is it Poppy? I don't think it's... That's not Poppy. That's definitely not Poppy. Someone from another fitting game. It's not the protagonist of Mighty Number 9, right? That would be hilarious, though. No, that's definitely not him. Another fitting game. Another fighting game. Okay. Oh. Is this... Oh, what's his face? Sorry I'm spending so much time on this, but this is fun. What's the name of... Nah, I thought for a second maybe it might be Yoshimitsu from Tekken, but that's not it. It's got kind of like the helmet's got the curves, but they're much more distinct. I'm gonna move on, but if anybody has any other ideas, I am at a loss for this one. Conclusion. That isn't all Blitz has to offer, but it's a good way to wrap up a first look. He's a rare... Oh! Oh, it's fucking Fulgore. Oh, that's good, though. Oh, God. It's got the little... What would a Mega Man plus Fulgore story look like? He was from the same game as Riptor and Glacius. That is correct. That's a great pull, though. Oh my gosh, and Fulgore combined Final Smashes with other characters? Those could be so cool! Rebooting the Smash Bros. Series isn't something that has an easy solution, but at the very least, I hope I've been able to provide a potential solution that interests some of you. It still needs some tuning, of course, but I like the idea of combining fighters to get something fresh and new. I do find it fascinating that the game that's all about combining fighters isn't the Fusion one. Fusion is the Groove one. This is so cute. Also, Taboo. Sure. Honestly, it could be a legitimately fun character with this kind of combination-esque playstyle. If there's anything you'd like to see done in this particular attempt at a new Smash Bros. Game, let me know in the chat. If this idea has enough support on it, maybe I'll make a follow-up with some of your suggestions. I do agree that Taboo is based. That's actually a pretty fun character idea. Thanks for watching. With a random crackle in the bottom right. This was fantastic. I love every single idea that's being presented here. The combined Final Smashes, the combined story mode. Again, another idea that takes a singular core concept, this one being, okay, but what if we fuse fighters' attributes together and have them fight with each other? And again, it just doubles down on trying to sell how cool this could be. I completely agree with Mean Boy. I would just love to see a follow-up doc that just keeps doing more. Like, give me more story mode stuff, give me more combined Final Smashes. These are all so much fun. I want to get back to the roster real quick, because I think the only hang-up I have... It's right on the border of feeling like, okay, this might be too many characters. It's close to the border, though. All depends on how many newcomers there are. Like, again, it's one of those things that enough time can work through that. But with how many combos are being presented here... Oh yeah, Joker could have a lot of cool combos with different personas. Absolutely. Disagree with Meta Knight being over DDD? I can see that. Actually, no, I just agree with that. But if you're looking for more of a super speedy sword wield, well, actually, you got a couple of those too. Yeah, I think specific characters are the only place where I get, like, kind of stalled when thinking about this concept, just because I think there are a couple of other characters that could fit this a little better. Like, this is another case where Anna swapping in with Marth fits really, really well. Just because you can combine Anna's shopkeeping abilities in so many different ways with all the characters that are on the roster. But this might just be because I can't see all the newcomers. And maybe I would change my opinion if I saw that. Also, this might be a case where Noah would fit over Shulk, because Noah can... you could argue that his job changes depending on which character he's being combined with. And that you could just have a lot of fun with that. But overall, I love this idea. This is so much fun. I also did love just the kind of slight teasing at other characters that could be in this. That was just fun. Just a fun way of handling it. But yeah, well done, RetroBeetle. That was a delightful pitch for Super Smash Bros. Blitz. Moving on. Isabelle and Fulgur is the closest thing that Isabelle and Doomslayer we can get. You just have their story interactions being her, just being like, you remind me of somebody. A friend I haven't seen in a long time. I hope he shows up soon. And just lean into it. Alright. How long have we been going? 3.5 hours. How many pages have we gotten through? We're down to 8 pages. Okay, okay. How many have we covered? Just out of curiosity of what the kind of speed we're doing. We did Retros, we did BCs, we did HolyCinderBlocks, we did Resurgence, we did... this was Fossilized Nerds. We did GRC's just phenomenal setup. We did camps. We did Gavinski's. So we've done 10 so far. Right? 1, 2. I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9 or 10. I don't know. I can't count. I still feel some stamina. We can keep going. We'll grab Ferality's next. I've seen that presented a few times. Where... Hey, it's me, the creative everyone sees. Oh gosh, I do want to be a little more hard line about maintaining this community. I made these mistakes with the Discord server. I just want to say right here, please don't try to drag down what everybody else is doing to make yours look better. Not in trouble, but this is the feedback I'm giving immediately now, because it does not paint the concept in a good light if it is only good when everything else is being brought down to a lower level. Just not a very healthy mindset to have in creative ventures. I will cover it, though. And at least give me time to share the link before posting that. Also, I did ask for rosters, though, is the thing. It's fine, but don't do that again. Okay. Picture a reboot the size of Brawl, but pick all your characters by how popular and impactful they are. Nothing should be thought out, just think of it as the Brawl roster was made today. You're probably picturing the main Mario cast, the main Zelda cast, two or three popular Pokemon, third parties are there too, Sonic, Ryu, Master Chief, you get the picture. As that went on, you'll probably see a lot of iconic faces with some returning fighters as well. Once the games got to Smash 4 size, the game would be an all-star collection of everyone's favorite characters. That is the main gist of Smash right now, or at least what the community wants it to be, a celebration of video games. Only the most iconic characters are expected to be in the game, and to be as accurate to their source material as possible. Obviously, this is a bit of a stretch on the designer's part, but it started to become this way and Ultimate has bubbled into this stream. Well, screw all of that! Smash's fanbase, high on the potential next hit to hype, has mangled what Smash was originally supposed to be. Smash was originally supposed to be a place where characters of all gameplay styles could duke it out with each other. Now it's expected to be as a video game hall of fame. Its characters are expected to be as accurate as possible to their source material with as little deviation as possible. This part isn't bad, it's expected for crossovers to accurately represent characters, but personally, in a world where everything is expected to be in a crossover, it's getting stale. I want something new, and not just including the same face everyone expects. I want to take the idea of Ultimate and throw it away. Time for a new path. With new faces, broken movesets, and a whole new universe to go through. So let's use the medium of gaming to tell a smaller scale story with more room to refine the solid gameplay of Smash Ultimate. It won't be easy, but it sure as hell will be interesting. 3 main points. Ditching representation altogether in favor of expression. For people who missed the context from the Design Dorks Gaiden, these are apparently some of the most iconic and influential gaming characters of all time. Like, officially voted by... Pierre, what was the... I don't remember which website made the story. But Lara Croft was #1, which is just... BAFTA! It was the BAFTAs. Thank you. Which... It's not so much that Lara Croft is #1, Agent 3047 was like #3, or something stupid like that. Sackboy was 5. It's that it doesn't make any damn sense when approached from any, like... Like, sure, I could see Lara Croft and Agent 47 together, but where does Sackboy come into the picture? I limited to the UK, that might explain it. I don't know enough about, like, UK gaming preferences, but still. What a bizarre list. What a bizarre list. Everyone is original here. They may be based on existing characters, taking some of their personality, and even have some additional details that pay homage to them. They'll be written first and foremost as original characters integrated into the setting of the universe. In terms of expecting who will get in Smash, expect those not in the spotlight. No Mario, no Zelda, none of the big names. No one who is even semi-typically brought... Are we sure about this one? Because I think I've seen literally everybody brought up in a Smash Brothers discussion at this point. But okay, that's an interesting way to handle it, at least. Specifically go for, okay, we're taking the back door, we're just gonna pick weird characters. We're gonna build a Final Fantasy crossover game, but only pick basic enemies. Who's maining Hell House? I sure as hell am. This will be extremely risky when practice done correct. These characters will be celebrated by all. But it seems if Final Fantasy Master overhauled, every character is meant to be extremely overpowered. I will hold judgment on the decision of purging until I figure out what characters are being brought in from the purge. So just everyone's broken, so nobody is. Okay. This will be a cinematic super of some kind, divided into 2 bars, super specials, more powerful special move. Very nasty. Example, Samus immediately getting a full power charge shot. Okay. And Super Smash, Peach Blossom kind of stuff. Just super moves. Super meter works as super moves. We have a Universal Guard special. Now, this is another easy thing you could just tape on to the regular game. You'd have to change up a few defensive mechanics, but that's a mechanic, an input that isn't particularly difficult. In terms of, like, the base Smash Brothers formula, this is probably the easiest one to implement. It's literally just an extra move. An out-of-shield option. Change because it hasn't changed in a while. Okay. This game will have its... We have another toy theme, everybody! This is our second. I'm pretty sure it won't be the last. Figma, plush, block, doll. Characters can be made of movable plastic. Okay, so this is going more into, like, the kinda... The Paper Mario, the Yoshi's Crafted World, Yarn Kirby... Kind of really leaning into that, okay, this is, like, created characters. Which is fun. Everything in the stages is also meant to look like it was crafted from scratch, with painted buildings, cardboard paper backgrounds, and such. And everyone is animated in 10 frames per second stop motion. Interesting. This could be the best thing in the world or the worst thing in the world, and I have no way of judging it without seeing it in motion. Because that really... That can really fuck with just... Yeah, Chasmic is having my problem as I'm having it right now, because it's one thing to be unaffected by frame data, but when you're going to 10 frames per second, say you input a move on, like, frame 7, that's not going to come out when you want it to. That would create a really weird, stilted, rhythmic feel to how the combat works, because everything isn't quite coming out or landing when you expect it to. I think the aesthetic would be great for, like, an RPG Smash Brothers, maybe. But for a fighting game specifically, where the frames are so important to know exactly when a move is going to land and hit you, that just doesn't work. Fun aesthetic, doesn't work. Where the setting of the game is set in a silly science fantasy world. This means spaceships, space wizards, and cyberpunk with technology as far as the eye can see. It's not dystopian. It's on the tone of a more mature LEGO Star Wars. Mature as in PG-13 rated, not the nuanced kind. The game's plot was started by two god brothers fighting over whose domain is who. It's a comedic take on many tropes in science fiction. Smash doesn't experiment with themes. It does have one, but it's bland and more to compromise for the vast variety of characters that exist. With Pikachu to Snake to Wario's big booty. Treating all the characters as original allows them to fit into this theme more easily. It's like Marvel. Okay. This game takes place on planet Xeris, a magical and technological planet ruled by two super-intelligent god brothers known as Verev and Nerkev. Verev is descended from technology. Nerkev. That is a fun name. Nerkev. What's happening to my camera? I'm becoming biblically accurate Duke? Sure, I'll take it. That sounds fun. They're in a global war over who gets control of this realm. This sibling rivalry is the inciting event in the entire game, and the silliness is present throughout the game. Everything is portrayed lightheartedly, nothing taken too seriously. Everything is meant to be a subversion of science fiction tropes. Characters interact with each other with pre- or post-fight dialogue, or in a single-player story, with a unique campaign for each fighter. It's a mini-melee adventure mode for each player, with simple fights, mob battles, and other sections that let players learn their character's gameplay, personality, and lore. For tone, like T-rated LEGO game with ridiculous stories and comedy. Most dialogue in this game is supposed to be silly, but some are more revealing about the lore of the game. Finally, all of the final smashes will be animated in a dramatic Yo! Okay, but this, though? That's kind of sick, though. Just taking a really specific, hyper-animated... We're really going to try now animation specifically for the super moves? It's a bit of a jarring direction, but I kind of love the mental image of it. Especially since the baseline is just toys, and jumping to that, to just full on... Like, I'm picturing a jump of, like, imagine Smash Brothers DDD, and then he jumps into the super memed, like, hot DDD version of him in the Kirby, like, the Kirby cartoon thingamabobbers, like, right back at you. To something on that level of a distinction. That could be so funny. Characters. Okay. What we got? We got Sukapon. Because of course we do. Characters that are never brought up in Smash speculation? You're gonna bring Sukapon to me? It's fine. It's fine. But hey, I'll have Sukapon. We got Gwen from League of Legends because it's Ferality, of course. Oh, but I do love... Oh, but making Gwen an actual ragdoll, though. That's actually really cute, though. What if she actually was the doll that the games try to present her as, even though she's just a Genshin Impact character in League? That's actually really cute. I kind of love that. We got Angel and... I have not a clue. Original games, Flash... Alright, we got Flash games. Sure. Going as off the walls as possible. We got... That's a blast from the past. Oh my god. That's like middle school Duke on Armor games. That's really good. I really love that. And it's just those 4 characters. Why did the music change? Also, I never changed the music. We've just been kind of on the... There we go. Get back to the Smash Ultimate playlist. Kind of like when you put very steak fries into this. Oh, this is just examples. This is not a full-on... Okay, I was about to be very confused. Like, is this only 4 characters? That's bold. The journeys of Sukapon, Gwen, Angel and Devil, and Sushi Cat. Honestly, it sounds like a pretty badass story. I'd watch it. This feels very much like a, okay, let's make a Smash Brothers roster based on, like, my history and my preferences. But counterpoints, those are some of the most hilarious Smash rosters you'll ever see. Chasmic says this isn't Smash. I think that's a little bit harsh, but I do ultimately agree. Like, this wouldn't work as a Smash Brothers reboot. But it's like this... Like, okay, this is my Smash Brothers reboot. I respect it. We got a bunch of stages as well. I do like how Ferality always throws out... Oh no, and I agree with you. These characters over Mario and Luigi, Link, it's not Smash. But as like a joke variant on, okay, what if Smash was just the goofy characters I wanted to put in? It is a bit cute. Sorry, just kind of skimming over the stage layouts. This is a huge sell for Reboot. Throughout writing this, Alex from Street Fighter 3's Ghost kept whispering, your new gen. This is the most realistic Yeah, no, it isn't. The lack of familiar faces would alienate fans, but it'd be distinct. In regards to a Smash Reboot, almost everyone hems and haws over Ultimate's existing roster and who to include, and I want to show how a setting can truly thrive despite that. However, I only see this working in a world where Smash doesn't exist. That's really the beginning and end of it, isn't it? And that's gonna truly stand by itself. That, or being released as its original series, independent for the Smash brand. Who knows, we're not realists here, we're dreamers. Alright, so we didn't include on this roster how they fit into this universe. And most importantly, what broken mechanic would they have to stand out? Be sure to ask, check out my other stuff, and most importantly, get some sleep. Sleep is very important. It is indeed. Gosh, I'm torn right now. Chasmic's kind of speaking my words for me. I'd be a lot more positive if this wasn't kind of dunking on other people for doing the exact opposites of what I want, when this is really just its own platform fighter. Like, if we take GRC's implementation from before, it's not... Like, it's fun, but it's not Smash. It's a platform fighter, but it's... Like, there's a couple of ideas. I do like balance, you know, around, like, make everybody powerful. But this was more a peasant's perspective. Yes, which is still fine, which is still fun. And again, I wouldn't be this, like, down on it if it wasn't for this. Because... it's fine. It's fine. We'll still say, love Gwen. Love Gwen. But you can't... Like, I'm sorry to be this blunt, but you can't dog on other people's interpretations when you're just going to do your own interpretation anyway. That's just kinda mean. Again, not in trouble, but let's be a bit more polite to each other. Please and thank you. Move this over. And the reason I'm being, I'm not letting this go, because if you don't let this go, I've had this problem in a lot of communities I've been a part of, it makes it normalizes the approach. And you want to nip those in the bud. Like, again, you don't gotta take down other people's concepts to build up your own. It's fine. Let it breathe on its own. Okay, who was the other one that's... It was Cola. Yeah, we'll grab... Well, for one last short one... I believe you said it was short, right? There we go. Yeah, this won't be bad. Alright, this will probably be the last one for today, and we'll pick this back up another day to keep... have we at least gotten to this? We have at least gotten down to 7 pages. Okay. Cover this, and then, is this music safe for streaming? Oh yeah, that's Earthbound. That's great. That's good. We can work with this. Okay. Super Smash Bros. V. I'm here to pitch Smash under the idea of a soft reboot. Most reboot concepts, I feel, go too far on the focus on who is being cut without a reason why. Just under a pretense of it being a reboot. Don't get me wrong, I will still cut characters, but not as drastic while pitching my idea about the general aesthetic of the reboot, which I feel the general vibe needs to be changed going into the discussion. My goal is to pitch what the gameplay changes will be alongside the theme of the reboot. I will also be posting my idea for a roster alongside it, but that will not be the main focus. Okay. A theme, a variation system, score mechanic, roster discussion, conclusion. Alright, so what is the theme of this presentation? Well, the theme of the game can be anything. This is what I feel could be the best theme for a concept like this. In most games, there's a theme of the art style based on what is being adapted into the crossover media. Marvel vs. Capcom is about fighting comic characters that use comic book-like shading. Mortal Kombat is a parody of live-action kung fu movies, so it's meant to look as real life as possible as both examples. Smash, however, tends to just have a general theme of wastelands and trophies, which, considering this is about video games, does not exactly match the ideals of it. I want Smash to unify the art style with a general theme of video games as the premise to take. Okay, I'm going to veto Humoresque of a Little Dog, because it's a very short loop, and that's going to get annoying pretty quickly. Let me skip through this Smash playlist until it gives me something that's... Why is it... That just shuffled 3 Castlevania songs in a row. What the hell was that? And now it's just not playing altogether. This is fine. YouTube? Hello? YouTube? Castlevania good, let's what? That is fair. You have a fair point. Okay, YouTube's broken. That's fine. Let's just grab... any shop theme will do? I will grab a shop theme. Oh dear, YouTube is really having an aneurysm. To be fair, it is a playlist of 1,000 songs. It might just be a lot for it to handle. There we go. Love this song. This is the Radiant Dawn bass/shop theme. Okay. I want Smash to unify the art style with the general theme of video games as the premise to take. I want Smash to feel like you were walking into a nice, cozy game shop you would have in a small town in the general vibe. People chatting and many characters from different IPs just chilling at the game plays as the menu, looking at all the consoles and games the characters would be playing. There is a new collectible besides trophies or spirits this time around. These would be cases. Oh, that's fun, actually. You can just collect the actual game cases of the various video games these characters have been through. Like the, when anybody played, like, the 2000 Spider-Man game, you can actually collect the actual comics throughout the game. Getting similar vibes, and I like that. Now, I would mention that if Microsoft and PlayStation will not feel comfortable having their logos used for collection purposes like this, we can leave that part of the game case blank. These would still have the dialogue of the workers of the store trying to explain the game and sell you on it with a direct link to the Nintendo... We're gonna triple down on the marketing. We're gonna advertise these games to you outright and tell you that you should buy them. Which, honestly, would probably work. Available, and some will have another button to play a more extended demo, or if you're old enough, just play the game outright. I'll point out, this would be lovely for, gosh, what were they called in Brawl? Masterpieces, I think? I'm pretty sure they're masterpieces. So masterpieces, but yeah, masterpieces, but a collectible and better. Which, honestly, I kind of love that idea. The story mode is going to be based on an idea called fiction verse theory. Basically, the idea that every piece of fiction does exist out there, we just can't see a leak into the real world as fiction. Basically, this applies where, say, Samus can see a copy of Super Mario Bros. In her world, or Sora can see a copy of Metroid in his. This plot would be all the worlds are being combined together, you pick your character to explore the worlds and stop it at nothing. And stop it there. Nothing major, more like a combination of bit weirdly worded, sorry. Stop at nothing major, more like a combination of Ultimate's classic mode with character-specific routes and Melee's adventure mode with huge maps and enemies. Variation system. A lot of people have thought about the custom move idea being brought back. They had different ways not to do that, but some suggest live service, some say to do it the same way as before, but less options. But all those ways have to do this have a major problem. Decision fatigue. The idea that the more decisions a person has to make, the less likely they are to make a good decision. If it is even just the specials, you are making 5 decisions before you even start the game. Even more, if it's a vast customization system. Yet the idea of adding in more options are still very cool, so how do we have people both pick a cool option and remove decision fatigue? So they can easily pick a character without an alternate customization menu or a way to many options at the start. This is where the V comes into play. When you pick a character, you will see 3 options on the character, all in a V formation, so it's very obvious that there is no default variation for the character. You select one of the 3 versions by hitting one of the 3 buttons, variation A, X, or Y. How much this changes the character actually depends on the character. Some have next to no changes, while some have a lot. This way, characters have a lot of options for moves that can be explored, while those... I'll be fully honest, I'm a little confused what this is trying to present. What's in my head right now is that you have a character, you have 3 variations of the character, and you can choose between them. Like, you'll have a Sunshine Mario, a Galaxy Mario, and an Odyssey Mario. Not quite sure yet, though. But the character variations would fall into a few categories. To show some examples, I'll say each type of category, and show who would be on each just to have these examples. Multiple games, multiple variations. Oh, okay. So, like, Mario would have one based on 2D power-ups, while having one based on 3D abilities and more modern power-ups. Sora would have one based on abilities from 1, 2, and 3. Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, and 3. Samus would have a standard moveset. A version of Zero Suit that's more game accurate by having it be the Fusion Suit instead, and one based on Dread. Okay, so we're turning every character into 3 Falco-level Echo... Not even Falco-level, just 3 different characters. Like how it tries not to have a default variation of characters, though every character being 3 characters sounds a lot. It does triple the roster size. This is true. Although that is an interesting way of getting around the just go with the default character that so many custom moves fall into the trap of by just not having a default. That is interesting. What concept are we on now? I didn't share the link. Let me do that real quick. Here is the link. Multiple characters for multiple variations. This would be if their characters similar enough that they're kept as semi-clones, but those clones are variations. Link is the first and second of the base version on Breath of the Wild, Twilight Princess, and Ocarina of Time. Fox isn't just Fox, the character is the Star... So this is the Star Fox thing that I presented. Fire Emblem Lords are Marth, Roy, and Lucina. Ryu be Ryukin and Akuma. Okay. Honestly, it's a healthier way of presenting what I tried to do. I was all hemming and hawing, like, oh, we gotta still have all these characters here, so let's twist the rules to make sure that we can get everybody. This is a nice middle ground, though, to have, like, the customization variation while still having, like, the other characters around. I don't hate this. In-game options variations for characters based on one game and has one real game to their name. It's all about different forms of equipment. Olimar has different selections of Pikmin for each variation. It's like the original 3, purples and rocks, white and ice. Cloud would not just be limit breaks, I wanted to have different materia per variations. Yeah, this is a more natural way of approaching, okay, take different interpretations of the character than the more expansive custom move approach could be. Some characters would just take aspects of a character, divide them up. Having Ganondorf, Ganon. And have go with the Warlock and Sword Fighter variants that we see in that one mod. Or Peach based off of the Showtime game. Because that game was definitely good enough that it's going to have a major impact on future interpretations of her character. Definitely. Score mechanic. We have score mechanics. Okay. Have one major change. Have a separate score that you can do more damage. Seeing alive, get really high percent. Certain characters have used installs. Activate and deactivate by slowly draining score. Or have ways to charge them using score. Shielding drains score as well. Just increase the damage of your special moves by using the score button alongside it, and the cost depending on the moves in question. Interesting. Final Smash-like moves that we block like traditional super moves, but due to how fluid. So we have a traditional score meter that can be used as an actual meter. Huh. So kind of taking, like, the melee classic mode, like, do all these various things to get more points, and actually turning that into a resource to make encourage more interesting play. I kind of love this, actually, the more I think about it. Because, like, imagine also if we delve a bit deeper into this and make it so there's, like, alternate victory conditions. Like, maybe a mode where whoever has the highest score can win overall. Or something like that. Like, implement having a high score into the, like, basic stock mechanics. You could do a lot with that. Oh, that's actually kind of sick. I love that. There's a fighting game out there that uses the scoring system as a meter called Hyperfight. Alright, so it's already a proven concept. Neat. And then, okay, roster discussion. You can spend all of your points to do a super. If it kills them, you instantly win the whole game. That does sound fun. Alright, this one will not have every single character as part of the roster. As we all know, this will not be a part of any roster if you want it to be realistic, just due to sheer size. However, using it as we have as a base, and then making new changes to them, thanks to the V mechanic, we can very much keep a lot of the characters. One thing that will be done is in this roster, every single franchise is back. I feel like keeping the franchises people grow to love will be a better way to handle it, and add on to what they have will be better. Now, some devs may be better to work with than others. However, Nintendo is still the biggest company in Japan. Keeping the third parties that they managed to get before should be not that hard to do. Okay, so keeping every series. Here's the characters being added. In a tier list form, I will keep the limit amount of characters by A, repping the series, being unique and fun, and keeping every franchise here. Oh, we're putting this in a tier list. Okay, okay. So tiers, they the star, side dudes, third party, variation care, and third party but variation. So all basic protagonists, of course. Get the major side characters in as well. Got all the third parties, variations, third party but variations. That gives us 57 characters kept, 42 if all third party characters unanimously say no. Count the characters here as variations to a character is over 60. While not too much is cut, there is some due to what I mentioned earlier about helping rework the franchises. So the thing about this is some basic math. If we're having variations of 57, let's drop that to 51. Actually, that's being too complicated. Make it an even 50. That's 150 characters with variations. Because, like, variations doesn't mean that you can just tack them on pretty easily. Like, if you want to have variant characters, you gotta make, like, a full variant character. And that's a lot of work. Maybe if it was just, like, this top panel. How many is this? 5, 10... 15, even 25, even 25, that's still 75 characters. Like, let's be generous and say that we reuse ultimates to have the first form of variants. That's still 50 extra characters that you need to put on. And if you're doing variants, you'd probably split a lot of abilities between various movesets. Like this said, you'd have Olimar with the original 3, the purples and the rocks, the whites and the ices. I'm not saying, like, the core idea here is still fun, but the roster's way too big. It's way too big to be feasible. Also, yeah, Lucas should be a variant in this case. I agree with that. It should be Nintendo NES Lucas. Especially if we're adding 10 more newcomers. Just Toad, new Pokemon, new RPG guy. Urban Champion's a great pick for this, though. First party ballot slot, Red Angry Birds, Criminal from Grand Theft Auto. I don't think they would ever dare That might legitimately be out of Smash's wheelhouse. I don't think Nintendo... Hey, you know what, I don't know. Maybe. We got Agumon, we got Scorpion, and a third-party ballot. Just have variants of Trevor, CJ, and one other dude. That would be funny. That would be very, very funny. With all this said, I hope this is a good way to show how we want the series to go to a soft reboot, changing how the game would work with a slight change of theme, slight change of mechanics, and a way to improve the roster. I know it's all pretty vague, but this is just to explain the concept to someone, actually expand the hope, and hope you all have fun reading it. Fun to make, I'm just happy to show the changes I did make a soft reboot. Okay. Again, I think the core idea is still good. I really like the idea of the score mechanic. Like, this would be a fun, just wacky way to just twist up how you're playing through Smash Bros. Without actually messing much with the core formula. Just being like, hey, you got a score meter now. Can you win while keeping the highest score? And just have interesting mechanics of having to, like, juggle that. Just completely change up how people play the game, because they're actually getting, like, Tony Hawk combo style points sort of deals. And I think the idea of variant characters is also pretty solid. Like, this is literally kind of part of what I try to present. I just think that you gotta treat each variant as a separate character, and look at how many characters you could realistically add from that standpoint. Because this is just it's not even a bit too much. He's too big. It's Ridley sized. He's just too big. Solid ideas, though. There's just a build off of from here, which is a good sign for a good concept. This in particular is going to just live in my brain for a while now. Also like the theme and vibe. I think the outright advertisement is a little funny. But like, just trying to make it a little more cozier as like this central gaming hub. I like the idea of that. This is just where all the gaming characters come to hang out after a hard days of work. More of an optimistic look at it. Okay, okay. Alright. Well done. And I think with that, for now at least, we are going to put a close on this stream of the Roundtable Relay. We will do more in the future. We've still got a lot of things to cover. But this will give people a taste of what to expect from the series. Just very open-ended, loosey-goosey. Just like, okay, let's explore what everybody has brought to the table. Any cool stuff. And we can definitely cover these faster than Peasant's perspective, so hopefully we can get through these a little quicker than what we might expect from a Peasant's perspective. And if anybody has missed the deadline, don't worry. Based on the speed of this, it's probably going to take a couple of streams to get through everything. But we will do our best to do so. And, who knows? Maybe I'll stream XCOM a little later today. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling once the post-stream exhaustion kicks in. But for now, thank you all so much for watching. This has been a fun inaugural stream to what will hopefully be a long-standing series on the channel. And we'll see you all